To start, we are joined this morning by the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services, Mr. Ronald Lamola, and we welcome you, Minister, at the hearing into the July 2021 unrest. Good morning, Minister.
Good morning, and thank you very much.
Let me just introduce you quickly. I don't know, you can also do introductions from your side, but let me just introduce you quickly to the panel. I'm Andre Gaum, chairing the panel. On my left is Commissioner Pelile Ntuli, and on my right, Commissioner Chris Nissen, the other members of the panel. And then we have a legal team, our evidence leaders. Ranshu, can you just introduce yourselves quickly, please?
Good morning, Minister. I'm part of the evidence team. We are 3 members that will be leading evidence this morning. I'm Rantsho Moraka, joined by my colleague Ufense Muklasedi, and then Abuang Jones.
We also understand, Minister, that you're not feeling that well, so we hope that you will recover soon. Are there any introductions you want to do from your side? The way we understand it is that you will be the one giving the evidence. Is that correct?
Yeah, no, thank you. Yes, I do have some introduction. Also to thank the Commission to allow me to do this evidence from here, because indeed I've got a bout of flu, which I'm not sure what is it. So I think it is safe for me and also for the commissioners to do it from here, and I'm appreciative of your indulgence. Indeed, I will maybe start with a very brief opening remarks that relates to the departments I'm responsible for. It is important that I make this statement to lay the basis for the affidavit that I submitted
Minister,
to this investigative hearing.
Minister?
I assume. Yes.
Minister? Sorry to interrupt you. We just have to administer the oath quickly before you start, please, as we do in respect of all the witnesses.
Okay.
Are you willing to take the oath, Minister?
Yes.
You consider the oath as binding on your conscience?
Yes, I consider it as binding on my conscience.
Do you swear that your evidence will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
I see you've already raised your right hand. Please say so, help me God.
Please help me God.
Thank you very much, Minister. You may continue. Sorry,
Commissioner. Sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
I know that we are having problems with the sound. I wondered if it's possible that if there's any room to improve the sound. It might be a matter of the mic being a little bit further from the Minister. I know the people who are watching online and some of the media that has the link is saying the sound isn't that clear.
Yeah, the sound appears not to be clear.
Okay.
Oh, okay. It appears that maybe there's an issue with your mic, but there's nothing we can do apparently from our side, but please continue, Minister. They are saying that maybe you are too close to the mic or something, but I don't know. Please continue.
Okay, thank you. I assume the political leadership of the Department of Justice and Correctional Services as the Minister on the 30th of May 2019. Role as the Minister includes, amongst others, protecting the constitutional rights of citizens, maintaining the independence of the judiciary, reinforcing confidence in legal institutions, carrying out law reform to effect greater social justice, the administration of justice as a whole, The Department of Justice and Constitutional Development is responsible
Hello,
for
Minister.
administrative support to the courts.
Sorry to interject again,
Yes.
Minister. Chairperson, can we maybe stand down for 5 minutes to see what we can do with the sound? It's not going to be conducive, yeah.
Yeah, the sound quality, Minister, that's coming from your side is problematic. We're going to stand down for 5 minutes just to see, whether we can't improve the sound. I'm very sorry for that, but we'll have to make an effort.
No, that's fine.
Thank you, Minister. Sorry for that. We stand down for 5 minutes. Please assist the Minister's side as well to try and improve the sound there.
Oh, okay, yeah, we will. If there is a challenge again, you will tell me so we can try another plan. But we have done everything that we have been told how we should do it. So I hope you can hear me now and clearly.
Yes, we hear you clearly now. We'll tell you if there's a problem. You can continue, Minister. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The Department of Justice and Constitutional Development you will also advise, I have now switched on the video. I don't know if the video could be the one that was causing the problem. If you can still hear me now, then I'm continuing.
Yes,
The Department of Justice and Constitutional Development is responsible for administrative support to the courts, oversight of the National Prosecuting Authority, the provision of legal services to the Department of State and Law Reform, and the Department of Correctional Services is responsible for all the correctional centers in the country and community corrections and rehabilitation programs. Correctional Services was part of the Justice portfolio until 1990, when extensive prisons reforms were announced and a separate department and ministerial portfolio were established. The Justice portfolio became Justice and Constitutional Development in 1999 at the beginning of the second former President Mbeki's cabinet, when constitutional matters were detached from the Ministry of Provincial Affairs and Constitutional Development, which had itself previously been the Ministry of Constitutional Development until a reorganization under the Mandela cabinet of 1994 to 1999. In July 2014, at the beginning of the second Zuma cabinet, The portfolio were merged again, creating the Ministry of Justice and Correctional Services. However, the Department of Correctional Services remains distinct from the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development. Although they share a political head or executive authority, they are operationally and legislatively distinct. They report to the same parliamentary body, the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services, but separately. The following institutions are housed in the Justice and Correctional Services portfolio, although most have a significant degree of operational and statutory independence. The Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, the Department of Correctional Services, the Office of the Chief Justice, Public Protector, the National Prosecuting Authority, the Judicial Inspectorate for Correctional Services, Legal Aid South Africa, the South African Human Rights Commission, Electoral Commission, the Judicial Service Commission. Let me use this opportunity to state that the July unrest has broadly affected the country negatively. The loss of lives, the looting of shops, and vandalism of shopping malls can be viewed in multiple crises and challenges facing South Africa, including the disruption of distribution centers and warehouses, have made a devastating impact on the economy. The civil unrest destabilized the country's economy, negatively affecting the livelihoods of many. The closing of businesses also resulted in loss of many jobs. We have all learned valuable lessons from the July unrest. This necessitated the Department of Justice to issue directives that will enable expedient and speedy processing of accused persons that emanated from the July unrest due to the sheer volume of numbers of arrests that came at a time which the system had to absorb. Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you very much, Minister. We will now give over to the evidence team, and Advocate Moraka will lead.
Thank you, Minister. Can you hear me, and are we properly audible on your side?
Very clear.
Wonderful. Minister, we had we are in possession of the statement and the submission that you dispatched to us. Thank you for that. But I am going to ask, at least for the benefit of the people who haven't had time to study the statement, the public and so forth, I'm going to ask maybe 2 or 3 questions that are already stated in there. You did touch on the issue of the mandate of your department, so maybe we can just start there. You do highlight it in paragraph 1.3 where you say, I not only bear a constitutional mandate in respect of the administration of justice, but also a statutory one which requires the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development to facilitate access to justice and to support other stakeholders within the criminal justice system. Minister, can you go a little bit more into detail about how that unfolds, and perhaps also your department's relationship with those stakeholders of the criminal justice system, the police, perhaps intelligence and correctional services, even though, as you say, they don't formally fall under your ministry?
Yeah, thank you. Indeed, I bear that statutory responsibility in that we as the justice also have a responsibility to coordinate the operations of the courts countrywide, including where there is a need to expand and have more courts. The stakeholders that have been referred to, and I think down in the affidavit we go into details as to who are those stakeholders: the South African Police Service, the National Prosecuting Authority, the Judiciary, the Department of Correctional Service itself, and also in some you find participation of Community Policing Forum, who then identifies places that may need further courts, new courts, or where we do have courts but we may need expansion, or where we do have courts but there are challenges of backlogs, the investigative officers and the NPA will then point to such issues so that the department can then help to deal with the issue of how do you expand in those areas where there could be backlogs. How can we use the available resources to ensure that we are meeting our constitutional obligations of people appearing on time and in real time. In the context of the July unrest, it also involved them meeting on a day-to-day basis to track how far the cases are, where are they, when are they going to be brought to court, how they must be brought. That whole management of the system, including the taking of statistics and also to look in some of the issues that I will also obviously speak to later. Maybe I will leave them to later, like the alternative dispute resolutions, because there are some that were arrested for very minor offenses. And also to correctional services is also become important because if it is just a whole house just arrest of everyone, the cells of SAPS will be full. And also it means that if the SAPS cells that are in most of these parts of the country, including the cells in the courts, are full, it will automatically also spill into correctional services. Also those cells will be full. And the other challenge that we had to guard against, even at the time, was to look at the issues of the COVID-19 protocols. Because you will imagine the sheer number of people that had now to come into the space. The COVID protocol had to be observed from the police service to the court cells to the correctional services, and it was a very difficult, delicate situation because you will not want any outbreak that will then impact a lot of people in the space. So that is what became the role in this difficult period.
Thank you for that, Minister. I have a couple of questions relating to the July unrest. But I know also in your statement you go into details about the specific interventions that were done from your ministry. Before I get into these questions, let me give you the opportunity first perhaps to highlight some of the material. There we go. Yeah, Minister, I was just saying that.
No, sorry, I think I was not.
There we go. I think you can hear me clearly now. Yes, Minister, I was saying that I've got a couple of questions specifically relating to the July unrest, but in your submission, you also go into detail about some of the interventions that was taken by your ministry. Before I get to those questions, I thought I could give you the opportunity to just maybe take us through perhaps 3 material interventions and the role that you played during the unrest.
Yeah, no, thank you. As I had already said earlier on, as you have said also, that rule is also a bit tabulated in 4.5 of the affidavit, where we speak about the case management task team that was established to monitor and track criminal cases arising from the July unrest and the public violence from arrest to court outcomes and incarceration. When applicable, the structures and the subcommittees met daily throughout the commencement of the unrest until well into the month of September 2021. The next joint subcommittee meeting dealt primarily with South African Police Service operational matters, with joint intelligence services briefings taking place with updates and being presented daily. As such, the DOJ not having much of a role to play in that regard. However, as alluded above, the DOJ and Correctional Service and Constitutional Development played a critical role and pivotal role in the case management task team, as the focus was on the management of the criminal cases arising from the SAPS arrest and the NPA prosecution. It was the department's responsibility to ensure that the courts were in position to deal with these cases speedily and efficiently. The task team met every evening from 19 July 2021 up until the later part of September 2021. The members of the task team, namely the Department of Correctional Services, South African Police Service, National Prosecuting Authority, and the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, were tasked with tracking and monitoring of cases from arrest within the court system and through to court outcomes and incarceration. Through this process, we were able to identify challenges within the integrated justice system and work together to resolve them. For example, cases flowing from the unrest did not enter the integrated criminal justice system with unique identifiers, which will allow for rapid data capturing and on the system. Regional heads within the department had to manually, on a day-to-day basis, in collaboration with the NPA and SAPS, record the unrest cases and indicate their processes through the system. Where discrepancies were identified among the SAPS arrest statistics, NPA prosecution statistics, and the ICJS, an intensive manual interrogation of all the statistics had to be undertaken by all three components in order for inconsistencies to be resolved. The case management task team took decisions that no new cases were to be considered after the 14th of August 2021. Only those cases that arose between 7 July 2021 and to 14 August 2021 will be tracked. To my knowledge, all cases identified for this period were resolved. It is a known fact that in or about September 2021, the department was hit by a ransomware attack, causing the ICJS system to shut down. No further tracking of cases could be done until the system were up and running again. By the time the systems were functional, towards mid-November 2021, it was clear that the flow of cases arising from the July unrest through the court system had been smooth to non-existent, and no substantive problems occurred. You will advise if I need to continue or this may be enough.
No, Minister, I think that's sufficient. Thank you. I think that's sufficient. That's sufficient, and further elaborations are in the statement, so we have the benefit of that, but that's sufficient for now. Minister, when you were setting up the case management task team, and when you were preparing responses to the July unrest, and when you were, I assume here, also getting joint intelligence services briefing, what did you at the time understand what was unfolding in the country? What was your diagnosis at that point as you were setting up these special structures? I note later on there were even directives given in order to allow for a more efficient administration of court cases. But what did you at a high level ministerially understand what was unfolding in the country?
Yeah, obviously, as you will have seen, that at the net joint level, it is at an operational level where the National Commissioner, the NDPPs, and officials from the department will be sitting, where they share coordination and strategies. And it is at that level where the briefings could also come in terms of those intelligence briefings. At the level of ourselves as ministers, our understanding was that there is an unrest that is happening across the country, which is affecting the operations, looting, and all the mayhem that was happening, which needed from our side as justice to prepare ourselves for what was obviously could happen in terms of people being arrested in numbers because of the large-scale looting that was happening at the time. And our understanding was that there must be an intervention as urgently as possible from the North Joints Operational Center and to respond to most of these issues in a manner that is timely and is promptly to avoid any further damages or loss of life or any further disruption to the social life of South Africans, including to the economy.
Thank you, Minister. And since there was at least at that stage some consensus that an unrest was unfolding that would require special task teams in line with various ministerial mandates, what were some of the primary reasons for that you were speculating about why the unrest were happening? And in addition, do you have an idea of who was causing the unrest? So who were the culprits at that stage?
Yeah, obviously, I think that question, in reality, the intelligence operatives and also the SAPS, who are the people who are in the coalface, will be better placed to have a clear picture of that and of an understanding of that situation. And obviously, we were from time to time engaged by net joints to understand what is happening. And we were obviously told that this situation has been triggered by the arrest of the former president, or the impending arrest that was looming. And obviously, you will remember there was a lot of social media mobilization and also incitement on various platforms that all South Africans could see at a time. And it was clear that this needs a coordinated effort from all the criminal justice structures to respond promptly and timeously. Hence, you will remember that also when the former president ended up being incarcerated, it was an operation that the SAPS ran, and up until he arrived at the correctional center. And also when he ended up arriving at the correctional center, correctional services did all its best to continue to update the nation about his state of health, about his method of incarceration, but also to call for calm, that he is in a space that he is being incarcerated in dignity, so that the nation at large is aware that he was kept in our facilities in a dignified manner, and there was no reason for alarm or for celebration by anyone. But we called for all humans to just accept that we have to do what the law says must be done. And I think with that kind of an update, it also kind of helps to make society understand also the processes that the correctional services goes through when inmates come into the space. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Minister. I think, Minister, we appreciate that as investigators, we are trying to stitch together whatever information we can find from whatever ministerial or departmental purview in order to figure out what was going on. So we had testimony, for instance, from the police that they were stretched and didn't have intelligence and didn't have an idea about what it is that was unfolding. The defense force testified to the fact that they guarded key points which suggested something quite alarming about what high officials were thinking at the time. And at the same time, the Minister of Trade and Industry gave us a statement that really spoke about not only the devastating impact that the July unrest had, but various crimes from blocking of roads to destruction of property and so forth. And so, of course, we now need to slot in what the department that is responsible for constitutional development and justice, what they knew at the time, in order to consolidate that with information from other agencies. Hence why I'm gonna press a little bit about the issue of what your department knew at any given time. And maybe we can take it backwards to say, do you know of any specific July unrest crimes that are being prosecuted or that are being investigated that shed better light about what was happening during the July unrest and who may possibly have been the persons who were responsible, either disgruntled communities or perhaps other agents who were doing what has been called a well-coordinated planned attack on the state? Is there anything from the side of the criminal justice system in terms of prosecution and arrest that sheds better light about those events that were unfolding in July?
Yeah, obviously, our situation is a bit unique to the one of the police and the defense force, in that they were in the cold face, and maybe to a certain extent the National Intelligence Services. They were in the cold face of this unrest. So what the department had to do, because it was clear that there will be massive arrest of people, was to prepare for that eventuality, that as and when it happens, the prosecutors, the court system, and the entire criminal justice system, as it processes these matters, it is ready. Obviously, we were informed of the types of crimes that were being committed, which is looting of shopping malls, destruction of properties, blockages of roads, the killing of people and all that, which obviously we were informed and were told that these are the things that are happening. Hence, we immediately directed that we need to have direction that will enable the SAPS, as and when they bring these cases to the court, to have a space of handling these matters in an expeditious manner. And you will also know as a practitioner that our level of knowledge, particularly as the ministers in the space, should not go beyond being told that these are the cases that are coming, this is the situation, this is the sheer volume, and this is what we hope and expect that the department should help us to prepare for the court, and should not go into the details of the evidence as to who did what and how they did it and all that, because sometimes it may be there will be a very thin line between the role of the National Prosecuting Authority and that of the minister when it comes to the evidence that must now be led before court. To avoid such, we wanted the information to be kept at the bare minimum, just the sheer number of cases that are coming and what is the level of preparedness that we need to help with for the processes, for the purposes of the court, and also at the preparatory level, as you will have seen from the submission. I had to issue direction as the minister, informed by this information that we need to provide for special measures for the processing of the cases and the accused persons through the magistrate's courts during that period, including that it was at an adjusted level for regulation in place. These special measures may be extended from time to time. So that is the role that we had to play, because we, unlike the police and the defense force, we were not coming at the first stage or during the cold phase of the happenings. We were coming post the event to enable the smooth functioning of the processes of the court, that people must be processed timeously. There must be processes also as we deal with them in our facilities in terms of COVID-19, because it was also at the top of our heads. You will remember that just before those unrest, when COVID-19 started, the president had to do what is called a COVID-19 special dispensation remission of inmates, which was aimed to reduce the number of inmates. So we were worried that this will further compound our challenges of congestion in all the cells, and might end up affecting huge number of people who might end up being infected by COVID if there is a huge number of congestion in our facilities. Hence, we had to plan timeously to ready ourselves, to prepare ourselves for these eventualities of arrest. And the police and the NPA and the court officials, including those responsible for the administration of the judiciary, had to share the notes and the information of cases that they will have to anticipate. For example, in some areas, at the early stages, I was told, I think, in the Vermeulen magistrate court, that they had to work for almost 24 hours to process these matters as it started. So that shows you the sheer number, if we were not prepared, that the courts were not really going to cope. Hence, we had to ensure that there is preparations, both in particular in KwaZulu-Natal and in Gauteng, which was our focal point, to ensure that at least the system can cope because of that sharing of information at that joint operational level, to enable the system to be ready as and when people are arrested.
Thank you, Minister. I just maybe have two follow-up questions. When the ministry is preparing and expanding capacities and ensuring that I think you call it the criminal justice value chain, when you are passing directives and making sure that those directives allow for court roles to be efficiently executed and so forth, is that not done with the appreciation of what the kind of crimes would come before prosecutors? So we may not go into details, but obviously if somebody was saying that, oh, we're going to be arresting really well-trained people who tried to institute an insurrection, that's very different to saying we're going to arrest people who are doing petty crimes and there may be 100 and we need special prosecutors. So I just want to know the connection between the preparation of the criminal justice value chain and what informed that in terms of appreciating the scale of perhaps the offenses that would have to be done, the kind of prosecutorial expertise that would be important. And that requires that you have some insight into the event that's unfolding. So can you maybe take us into confidence about what informed the nature of the preparation of the criminal justice value chain in relation to what was happening in July?
Yeah, no, thank you. Maybe I must just take you back a bit, because I thought I have answered that question. If you look at 4.9 of my affidavit, it states that the members of the task team constituted of the Department of Correctional Services, the South African Police Service, the National Prosecuting Authority, and the officials of the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development. And it went also further to say that through this process, we're able to identify challenges within the integrated justice system and work together to resolve them. For example, case flowing from the unrest did not enter the integrated criminal justice system with unique identification, which will allow for rapid data gathering on the system. Regional heads within the department had to manually, on a day-to-day basis, in corroboration with the NPA and the SAPS, record the unrest cases and indicate their processes through the system. Where discrepancies were identified among the SAPS arrest statistics, NPA prosecution statistics, and the ICJS, an intensive manual interrogation of all the statistics had to be undertaken by all three components in order for the inconsistencies to be resolved. So this is work that was happening on a day-to-day basis. Where the system was not working, it was done manually. And at that time, the prosecutors and the SAPS will then decide how they handle the case, how do they take it through, which court they must take the case to, and who must be involved, either as a prosecutor or the presiding officers will also decide who handles all these cases. So this definitely shows that they already knew what type of cases they were dealing with and what case must go where and how, and what were the reasons of this case going to this platform for the smooth running of the processes, but also looking at the nature of the crimes that has been committed. So they were already alive to all these issues because they already had a court, the docket. They also had an interaction with the police in terms of these matters that are coming before them. They already had the knowledge of that. So that knowledge does not have to be brought to the minister. The only thing that the minister could deal with is the issue that they will raise from time to time, that we lack capacity. We need minister to intervene with directions and so forth, so that when all the stakeholders have agreed that this is how the matters must be handled, then they will advise me to issue the directives, which you will see later in the affidavit. I had to issue the directives to smoothen this process, this operations through the court processes, so that there is no mayhem, there is no chaos where, if it does not happen, as I've said, which I think I'm still under correction, whether it's Vermeulen or which court, but it was a court in KZN where they had to work for almost the whole night, and the prosecutors and the presiding officers said this is unbearable. So if this kind of arrangement did not happen and the directions could not be done, you were going to find a situation where the police will just arrive with a truckload of people, and there is no prosecutor and there is no presiding officer. So this coordination really helped to help that process, but also, as I've said, also to prepare us to deal with the reality that we are in a pandemic of a COVID-19, to also manage that, because we were also worried that this massive arrest may also lead to a massive outbreak of COVID-19 in the police cell. And obviously, if it happens in the police cells, it will then have an effect with our court cells, and automatically it will also have an effect with the correctional services cells. Hence, you will see in some of the directions that we had to issue was that some of the correctional services inmates must not come to court. They must, there are matters which were due for court during that period, which were separate from the COVID-19, from the unrest. Measures were made to minimize the inmates from going to court, so that they don't mix with those that have been arrested during the unrest, because our worry was that if they go there and also mix. So we tried by all means to minimize at all levels for them to go to the court, so that they don't mingle or they don't find themselves mingling with that bigger crowd that was happening at the time to protect them from whatever could have happened because of this massive unrest, because we had it very hard for almost a year or two, managing the outbreak of COVID-19 in the cells, which we were believing that we were handling it well, and up to now, it has been under management. But this was a real big threat to that management of the COVID-19. Hence, this collaboration by all the role players was important, and I think it helped us to manage it in two ways: to manage the smooth operation of the court role at the time, but also to help us to manage the challenges of COVID-19. So to do that, we used the CCTV cameras for online postponement of most of the cases that we do during the time for the inmates not to really go to court. It was only where it was absolutely necessary that they go to the court processes, particularly here in Gauteng and in KwaZulu-Natal.
Thank you, Minister. And maybe just briefly, what is your analysis of the impact of those interventions during and now? Was the case management task team and all other intervention taken by your ministry, would you say that served purpose and was effective during the July unrest? And as a secondary question to that, have they yielded any kind of results post the unrest at this stage? Maybe there's been some updates about their ongoing work. So was it fit for purpose during the unrest? Are you satisfied with the way that it handled the situation you were responding to? And is there any updates regarding some of the work that they did? Has it yielded any results and the kind of that you were hoping for when you set it up?
Yeah, I think they did. Maybe to again go back to the affidavit in 4.14, which says that in supporting such interventions, the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services, in consultation with the lower court judiciary, issued directions on the 17th of July 2021. These directions provided for, amongst others, the postponement of cases through audio-visual links and the compilation of priority roll at each court, which enabled the courts to prioritize the hearing of priority cases, which included gender-based violence and sexual offenses, corruption cases, cases involving children, and contravention of COVID-19 regulations. This priority roll was extended to cases arising from the July 2021 unrest and incidences of public violence. Special measures were applied in respect of these cases that arose from public violence, public disorder, and massive looting, which were witnessed across the country. These measures also included the compilation of a separate court roll and designation of court to ensure speedy resolution of these cases. Where necessary, additional dedicated staff, including retired magistrates and prosecutors, were called upon to deal with the increased caseload due to the increased arrests made during the unrest period. So because of this preparation, we were able to cope with this situation. As you will have heard when I said that we had put it through our database system, and where the system was not working, it was done manually. But even after the department, as you are aware, were hit by a ransomware, we were still able to manage these cases, and also when our system came back into motion, we also discovered that there was no massive disruption. Hence, as we speak today, and even during that period of the unrest, all these cases were able to go through our court system. They will appear. Those that wanted to apply for bail applied. Those that were granted were granted. Those that were denied were denied. So the wheels of justice were turning. They never stopped. But we also came to the realization that we cannot only say the courts must only deal with these matters of the massive unrest and massive looting and all that. But there are also cases that the president has said are priority cases that can never wait for anything. They cannot be stopped by anything. They must proceed to be heard from time to time, unless if there is something beyond the court's power or court's means or anything. And those are cases that I have mentioned. The cases which included gender-based violence, sexual offenses, cases related to corruption, cases involving children, and the contravention of the COVID-19 regulations. So we also ensure that these cases must continue even during that period of the mayhem because of their importance to the nation. So as we stand now, we do believe that these measures played the role that we wanted them to play. But obviously, the court backlog has always been there, exacerbated by the COVID-19, which to date we are still handling and dealing with. But these matters are still in the court roll, and some of them, and some I think have been finalized, some people got bail, and so forth. So there is still that process to continue to manage them so that the wheels of justice continue to roll.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, I think you will appreciate that the President himself set up a high panel in order to investigate what happened at the July unrest. That at least even from his perspective as the highest officer in the state, not only didn't have answers, but required deeper investigations, amongst others, for an overlapping reason that overlap with our terms of reference, which is to measure whether there was appropriate response from the various stakeholders within government. With that in mind, if events unfold in the country that pose a risk to the constitutional stability of the country, and indeed that may overwhelm and even pose a risk to what you refer to as the wheels of justice, what would the response of the ministry be, or what will your responsibilities be in that situation?
Maybe can I request you to repeat the question because I'm struggling to...
Certainly, Minister. So I'll start with the question to say, if events break out in the country that pose a risk to the normal functioning of the wheels of justice and the criminal justice value chain, if events break out that pose a threat to that, which means it poses a threat to our constitutional stability, what would your ministerial duties be in a situation of that nature? How would you have to, what would your role be? Yeah.
Thank you. I think, as you have said, and thank you for that question. I have gone through the report of the high-level panel, which has weighed in on the role of the cluster, in particular the intelligence services, the defense, and the police. I think our role it remains important, and I think not only ourselves but all the entities falling within the criminal justice system. The role is immense, it's huge, and I think I have seen also yourself as the Human Rights Commission playing that role of advocating in the Phoenix place of KZN, where you open the space for dialogue, for engagement, for people to pour out, and for some form of reconciliation. It's important that we continue to emphasize the issue of human rights, the issue of dialogue in resolving problems and challenges, and also the issues of the respect of the rule of law. And I think that also is an important aspect before we deal with everything that the criminal justice system, because that is post facto, the incidents that have happened. Hence, we have to upscale, as you will have seen, our role in the awareness of human rights, and we are currently using the 25 years of democracy to continue to raise this awareness of the Constitution and its role in particular in society, and why citizens should not resort to self-help despite whatever issues and the difficulties that the country might be facing. So I think at the core of everything of a national project and nation building is us to continue to raise awareness, to put the Constitution in the forefront, to continue to shape discourse in the public domain, in society and everywhere, that there is only one guiding light for us that we can use to resolve issues in our society, which is the Constitution. And if matters end up being in the criminal justice system, the NPA and all the role players should just ensure that we play our role as guided by the Constitution, and where a punishment has to come through the Constitution, the act of the NPA and that of the Constitution in terms of prosecution without fear of favor or prejudice must be adhered to, particularly where the line has been crossed in terms of criminal elements and criminal activities, such as the ones that we have seen. But also, as you will have seen from the direction, there is also value in alternative dispute resolutions, particularly in situations like this where there have been massive arrests of people, where Ugo Gomdala of 8 years has been found with a packet of milli. The interest of justice has to be weighed to say, but we can look at diversion for Ugogo, because Ugogo just find herself seeing an opportunity and find herself having to do what she saw other youngsters kind of doing. So in this process, there must be compassionate if such things do happen, but also where there is a clear flagrant disregard of the law must take its course.
Thank you, Minister. Another question. Maybe this one requires just a yes or no and perhaps a brief comment. Would you agree that when a Chapter 9 institution such as ours investigate an event that potentially led to widespread human rights violation, and when that Chapter 9 institution does so alongside the president calling for a high panel, that at the very least, it suggests that the event being investigated is significant enough to warrant the full attention of the state, including Chapter 9s and ministerial cabinets and so forth? Would you agree with that, with that starting point?
Yes, I agree. I mean, what we have seen, no one has seen it. It is new to all of us. It's like the pandemic of COVID-19, where the president needs an eye view of the situation, and I think also yourself as an institution mandated to protect human rights, you also need to have your own eye view of the situation. And I just hope that all these findings will help us to correct whatever that might have went wrong, and we are able to build a nation informed by facts and science.
Thank you, Minister. In fact, you touched a little bit on the next question when you said it was new to us. There are evidence we've had from security cluster, from all sorts of departments of government, was that the July unrest was unprecedented. That the scale of both human impact, when you opened, you spoke about the many lives lost, that the Defense Force called it a security and law and order failure, and almost every single official appearing before us did not mince their words when they said unless we address the root causes of what was the unrest, be it from the criminal perspective of there are criminals who planned and executed this, or be it the sociological issues, that it will happen again. And so with that in mind, have your department gone back and done an introspection about what the July unrest was and in what ways it affected the mandate of constitutional development, which includes stability, of course?
Yeah, we're going. I thought you were still saying something.
No, you can go ahead, Minister. I think you caught the gist of the
I
question.
am muted.
You can go ahead, Minister. You caught the gist of the question. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, we continuously assess the situation. Hence, I spoke about the issue of us now having to upscale our constitutional development and awareness work. We are currently using the 25-year review of our constitution to entrench the supremacy of the constitution and the rights of the people across the country. You might have seen the seminars that we are hosting across the country to continue to entrench the role and the rights of people, and also the role of the constitution in building a nation. And I do believe that more can be done through various stakeholders, universities, yourself as the commission, and all the other civil society groups helping us to protect and defend and promote the constitution. With more hands, I think constitutional awareness, social cohesion can be built, and we continuously assess in terms of what could be the measures that needs to be done, not only at the departmental level, but at the level of the state, particularly on the socio-economic rights that South Africans are dealing with. And the economic cluster obviously is leading us in that regard to help us deal with the triple challenges of unemployment, poverty, and inequality. But there is indeed a realization, even from all of us, that we may not be able to achieve that if there is no stability in the country, safety and security. Hence, you might have seen from the recent budget, which is trying to respond to that, stated enough to respond and also to execute our mandate as per the Constitution.
Thank you, Minister. I think I have the last question, at least on this theme, before I move on to other aspects. But I did tell you at the beginning that I'm joined by two councils. They might return to these themes. But perhaps the last question is this. Given your appreciation of the unprecedented nature of the July unrest, the president's intervention, our own difficult attempt to try and figure out what happened and to also fulfill our mandate, would you describe the intervention that you took as intervention that could be described as unique to the dynamics of the July unrest, or were they closer to kind of like business as usual that the department would do? Because in your opening you spoke about the point that the department is always thinking about more courts, hiring more prosecutors, more efficient running of the criminal justice value system, and it seemed that these interventions were more in that respect rather than unique or different and proportional to the July unrest. Would you agree with that characterization of those interventions?
Yeah, if they were not unique, we will not have issued directions. Because, as you are aware, we already had directions on COVID-19 related matters, which I have already explained in that regard. Those directions on COVID-19 related matters, there was even a time where the courts could not handle any other matter. except matters of domestic violence, sexual offences, and if I'm not mistaken, corruption-related matters. And you will also remember that during that time, also even the Zondo Commission had to stop for some time up until we figured out what animal is it that we're dealing with regard to COVID-19, where the direction were a bit loosened. And when this happened, if I'm not mistaken, it was almost like at level 4 lockdown. So we had to issue directions that are uniquely relevant to this matter in terms of the processing of the matters, the establishment of the joint task team that was going to process all these matters that comes from the July unrest, the issue of also requesting or looking at retired prosecutors, retired presiding officers to come and help us with the huge volume of work that was coming. And also in certain instances to find a way to deal with how do we deal with the interlogram or interrelation of those that were arrested during the July unrest and those that were already in the correctional services cells or our court cell to avoid a huge outbreak of COVID-19, which was the biggest concern that we had in our minds, that if there is just this massive incarceration, we could be today in this hearing dealing with a human catastrophe of huge proportion that of people that could have been infected with COVID-19 during that period. And you will be aware that the infection of COVID-19 has got an impact, even if people are in jail or in our facilities. But they interact with police officials, they interact with our officers, the correctional services officers, they interact with prosecutors, they interact with court orderlies, they interact with clerks. So you can imagine if we did not take specific precautions to deal with this issue related to that issue of our worry on COVID-19, the scale and sheer volume of what we were supposed to be dealing with post that unrest, particularly not only with the cases, but also with relation to COVID-19. So I will say that indeed these interventions were relevant for the July unrest.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, we had testimony from the former Minister of State Security Agency who told us under oath that she, at least in the early days of the July unrest, was giving briefings directly to the President, intelligence briefings that could perhaps shed light on what was unfolding in the country. And then later on, somebody else, also a statement under oath, was giving the President almost daily intelligence briefings. At one point, the President, very early on in the July unrest, characterized what was unfolding as an insurrection. So carrying on the theme of this unique intervention, how did the ministry react to the idea that there could potentially be an insurrection in the country? And were there any kind of intervention or resources that were geared towards an appreciation of the speculation that an insurrection may be unfolding?
Yeah, I think I will need to get the act that deals with the institution for protections of democracy against terrorism and that. I'm just looking here, but I think commissioners may be aware. obviously, we had to go into the Constitution and also look into that act. And in one of the meetings of the of coordination was to state that there is this available act. If police and the NPA have got evidence to that effect, there are legal prescripts that will allow them to charge people with those crimes. So our role, as I have said earlier, also become advisor in terms of legislation that is available at the disposal of the state. So if up to today I have not seen anyone being charged with those crimes, but there is a legislation. I will just have to peruse and just be able to give you at a later stage the name of exactly of that statute. As and when the police and the NPA have gathered evidence and they are convinced, the NPA is convinced independently on looking at the facts and the law, they can take a decision without any fear or favor or prejudice to anyone in relation to preferring those charges as stipulated in that act that I will soon find. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Just a follow-up for clarity purposes. The NPA obviously prosecutes all crimes. They've got, are you there, Minister?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, we don't see visuals, but I'll continue and maybe the visuals can catch up with us. Yeah, I was just following up on your previous answer to say that the NPA's mandate, as you also alluded in your testimony earlier, the wheels of justice never stop. So the NPA would prosecute an insurrection no matter what, in what context it would take place, July unrest or before or years after the July unrest. But I just wanted clarity on the fact that the interventions were general in terms of capacitating the criminal justice value chain, that there wasn't any specific discussions or any specific resources that were geared towards any particular crime. There wasn't a prioritization of, say, investigations of capacitating for probing a possible insurrection or anything like that. It was just general, more capacity, prosecute all crimes. There wasn't any kind of specific conduct that was prioritized and given special resources.
Yes, you're correct. Yes, you're correct. We were the theme of my presentation is that our intervention was for the entire system to function, including for the NPA, the courts and everything. But it was left to the NPA to decide what kind of offense is before them, whether it is theft, they had to decide themselves, whether it's they call it malicious damage to property. It was for them to decide whether they call it terrorism or whatever that is within the law. It was for them to decide. Our role was to give them the necessary human resource support and also the support in terms of smoothening, in terms of directions which are within the terrain of the Minister of Justice. But as to they charge someone for what, it's a decision that themselves had to take after obviously having received the docket from the South African Police Service.
Thank you, Minister. I'm now going to move on to a different theme. And I wanted to perhaps, before I ask, yeah, it won't be more than 10 questions. Before I ask questions relating to that theme, you spoke of education around the Constitution and the mandate of your ministry. You can hear me, Minister? Okay. Yeah, I was just saying, Minister, you spoke about education and awareness and the importance of shaping public discourse around the Constitution, around what conduct people should resort to when they are dissatisfied with any aspect of the state. Can you maybe speak a little bit about that, particularly the issue of shaping public discourse and engaging people in line with like the mandate of constitutional development? Can you just briefly touch on that again before we get into the questions that will be relevant for that?
Yeah, no, thank you. As you are aware that we are celebrating the 25th anniversary of the Constitution, which since early last year, I just can't remember exactly when, we took this program to Cabinet to start the process of celebrating this important historic document for our country, for the role that it has played. And since then, there have been a marathon of seminars across the country, an engagement with regards to the role of the Constitution, the rule of law, and the human rights that people have. You might take it for granted that people are now aware of their rights, but it is important to continue with the engagements, the public awareness, because from time to time, new issues come to the fore, and also obviously debates also come into the fore, what then became the role of the Constitution in changing the socio-economic rights of South Africans in regards to access to housing, regards to access to employment, in regards to access to education and all that. So there is a plethora of engagements that have been happening across the country. And some of them we also did them in collaboration with the NGOs, some in collaboration with the universities, and with the other role players, the constitutional hill, and so forth. So it is an important program in our view that is at the core of public awareness, of shaping public discourse, but also of saying what should be the future of our country's constitutional democracy look like. Is it playing its role as it's supposed to, and what also should be the role of citizens in this regard? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, does the department publish, I'm not aware of that, does the department publish any kind of reports on trends, discourses, threats to constitutional development? You spoke of like the future of democracy and so forth. Is there any kind of report that is published to give the public an account of where we might call the state of justice in our country is, and what are the challenges that may face a threat to the mandate of your ministry?
Yes, there has been a published report, if I'm not mistaken, of is it 20 years or 25 years of democracy in terms of the Constitution and so forth, which is embedded in the 25-year review document of the whole of government. But from time to time, there are publications speaking about the role of the Constitution, constitutional democracy. And also myself and most of the public engagement, I do release or write statements in regards to the role of the Constitution and its important role in the architecture of the rule of law. The one that comes to mind is one that was just published, I'm not sure whether it's yesterday or on Friday, on the business day.
Thank you, Minister. So your department, as you have said in your testimony, does capacitate the NPA to prosecute, and I think you use the expression that, you know, where people commit crime, the law must take its course. One of the suggestions from the evidence that we've received thus far is that socio-economic issues were also a significant trigger, could have been a significant trigger to the July unrest. In what ways would the socio-economic issues of the country affect how you think about the execution of your mandate? How do you respond to the sociological, socio-economic issues in the country from the perspective of your ministry?
Yes, indeed. Those issues are very important. As you will remember the example I gave about an 8-year-old Gogo who could have been arrested during the July unrest. And you could see that the Gogo, although she gets a social grant, but she just find herself caught in the spur of the moment. Should that person be punished like a fit and jolly person like myself, who is found carrying the same bag of milli and so forth? So those are the realities of our country in terms of, hence I said we had to issue some kind of ADR resolutions to look into these issues on a case-by-case basis, that each and every accused, the NPA and the police must deal with them on their merits and demerits. And for like the Gogo, there should be some kind of compassion when you're dealing with that Gogo. But when you deal with me, carrying a bag of milli, a young span like myself, fit, although I can raise issues of unemployment and so forth, but my scale cannot be at the same level as that one of the Gogo. Hence, it is important for us as a country to engage on the socio-economic challenges that the country is facing. Although it's not really it's led by the economic cluster space, but there will be no economic growth anywhere in the world where there is no peace and stability and safety. Hence, I said, you will have seen from the last budget from the Minister of Finance that he is responding to this call to capacitate the criminal justice cluster to respond to issues of safety and security, so that as a country we can be able to respond and attract foreign direct investment that we need to create an economy that is going to grow, and also to have to create jobs, so that some of these socio-economic issues like access to housing, access to school and so forth, individuals will be able on their own, when they are employed, or they can be able to have a source of living, either as entrepreneurs or in the creative industry or anywhere, to be able to participate in the economy on their own. And in that way, we will be able to turn the corner. Hence, it is important to engage in this discourse. And as you will have seen in some of the public engagements, in some of the seminars, these issues have become a feature of a central feature of the engagement. The last one we had in the Western Cape, the central feature of the engagement was the issue of the land reform in the area in the Western Cape. There was also a feature about the evictions of farm dwellers and farm workers in most parts of the Western Cape. Legal Aid South Africa will now be responsible to defend and protect the lives of farm dwellers and farm workers that are being unduly evicted in those areas. So there is a wide scope of engagement that is important in our socio-economic rights and socio-economic issues, so that the nation as a whole can have one common program to respond to this challenge of inequality and poverty.
Thank you, Minister. And I think we can all agree that, the story the anecdote you tell of the Gogo who stole, it's those are individual interventions, as you said, on case-by-case basis. But I think we all agree that the kind of socio-economic issues we face in South Africa are structural and are deeply historical and are systemic in nature, and that the response to them requires not just at least individual intervention in heartbreaking cases, but require also policy direction that can structurally alter how the criminal justice system is set up. Would you agree with that proposition?
It's exactly what I've said. You are just putting it in a different context or different phrasing. Because I just said it's an example, but the issue of the economy and the deep structural inequality is what the economic sectors are seized with, and they are leading in the government space for it to happen. And I've also said that that will not happen unless there is safety, security, and stability in the country. There will be no foreign direct investment. There will be no economy that can flourish if there is no peace and stability. Hence, I said you will have seen from the current budget that it is trying to respond to that, so that the police and the Department of Justice are capacitated to respond directly to these safety issues and the challenges that we are facing, so that we are able to grow the economy, to respond to the issue of entrepreneurship, people being able to be self-employed, do their own jobs, people being able to also find work, those that are not self-employed, and that kind of a structure will enable us to deal with the deep structural challenges that the country is facing, particularly at the lower level of SMMEs, which are facing barriers to entry in the economy because of various issues like access to finance, skills, and the various things that encumber them. And it is upon all of us to ensure that this kind of situation that our country finds itself in, it's a response that all of us as the whole nation respond to. Hence, you will have heard when I concluded that it needs all of us as a whole. When I say all of us as a whole, I mean that not only government, the private sector, the civil society, and hence the president speaks about the social compact that is aimed to deal with this challenge of poverty, unemployment, and inequality.
Thank you, Minister. Maybe I did miss that aspect. Minister, the security cluster officials spoke of socio-economic issues as a significant threat to national security because of what it can potentially cause, such things like the July unrest, if we are to accept that it was partly caused by that. The police also spoke about the fact that socio-economic issue, plays a huge burden on them in terms of resources, particularly if events like the unrest happens. Do you think that socio-economic issues place a serious threat to the proper administration of justice?
Yes, they do. I fully agree with them. Hence, most of the crimes that we deal with, or the ones that comes through, and even what you will have seen from the July unrest, it's clear that we do have a fertile environment in terms of the socio-economic challenges that the country is facing, the triple challenges of unemployment, poverty, and inequality. And maybe to be very, very specific, for example, when I visit correctional centers from time to time, and particularly ask the female inmates why they are in prison, most of them, the majority is shoplifting. And the shoplifting related to food, some items that they need for their day-to-day lives. But the law had to take its course, but it is a clear indication also to me. And also when you go into the criminal justice system, looking at the juveniles that comes through. It's also, you will then see that is the collapse of the social system in our country, where they've not really had good, proper guidance or parenting, some of them. And some it's a situation where they peer group pressure and so forth. So indeed, the level of unemployment in the country or poverty is unsustainable. We have to address that. It has to be confronted head on. Hence, I've said that this program of the president on the social compact to help us for economic growth, to create employment, is as urgent as ever before. It is something that has to be done. It's something that, as a nation, we cannot fail to succeed on. Our future hinges on us being able to have economic growth and also to create employment, so that everyone is able to participate in the economy of our country. And that is inclusive.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, this investigative hearing panel and evidence leaders were, and I agree with you, we're fortunate to also hear from the Minister of SASSA, Minister of Small Business Development, Minister of Trade and Industry. And of course, they spoke of the things you spoke with, which is, creating a conducive economic environment, bringing private sector in, everybody must be involved, because there was also more specific to their mandate. But I want to hone in a little bit on particularly the justice mandate, which is, given at least your acceptance of the fact that socio-economic issues pose a serious threat to the proper administration of justice, the triple threat of unemployment, inequality, and poverty. What are the kind of innovative interventions is the department doing at the level of, say, policy and the structure of our courts? Is there, for instance, courts that are not prosecutorial in nature, or policy that shapes how we analyze and hold people liable for crimes? We're saying people are in jail because they don't have provision of goods. That definitely is unjust for people to be in jail because they were shoplifting, because they didn't have food. So what are you doing at the level of driving the policy of the ministry, and particularly the structure of our courts, or the formation of alternative forums that could respond to both, that could balance both crime against the devastating landscape that you spoke of?
Yeah, no, the reality is that where crime has been committed, justice must prevail. And there are alternative dispute resolutions mechanisms. And I have put it, you will see there in 6.1, that in terms of the directives, the NPA may, where the accused is charged with a less serious offense, in respect of which an admission of guilty is permissible and justified, fix an appropriate amount as an admission of guilty in respect of the accused person's consent. The directions also allowed for diversion in respect of children, the involvement of other community structures to facilitate restorative justice, and non-custodial sentences as a form of restorative justice to minimize overcrowding. So there is a space for such kind of a diversion, alternative dispute resolution, and restorative justice, where the community is involved and engaged in resolving some of these issues. Some of them, as you have said, are socio-economic in nature, where the communities themselves find a way to resolve them. And you may be aware that we have a pilot project as we speak now in the Western Cape, if I'm not mistaken, is Kailicha, of what is called a community court, which is working very well, where people within the area where they have offended each other engage and find solutions on lots of the smaller and petty disputes that they find themselves in. And those issues end up not really coming to our courts, but they are mediated, resolved in a manner that benefits the community. but also they build social cohesion amongst people of the same area. So our court system has a way where it is able to handle some of these issues that emanate from some of these matters. But at the end, you will agree with me that if it's indeed a serious crime and of an egregious nature, the law has to take its course so that a stern warning is sent to society that crime does not pay. There cannot be an excuse for crime, whether it's socioeconomic challenges or of whatever nature. It does not mean you need to commit a crime. But where the system allows, there could be diversion in terms of the pettiness and so forth. We have created that kind of an environment of a dialogue and of resolving some of these issues through alternative dispute mechanisms.
Thank you, Minister. I think I only partially agree. The most enduring memory of some of the formation of our democratic constitutional dispensation is the TRC, where, notwithstanding heinous crimes that were committed against the majority of the people, an alternative platform was found in which, in exchange for truth, for healing, for democracy building, we could exchange prosecutorial approach to a restorative approach, or, as you mentioned here, an alternative dispute approach. With something like the July unrest or mass protest, in which the right to assembly, the right to protest, the right to freedom of expression does result in crime, is there no space to have policies or structures from your ministerial perspective that would deal with those issues, to say we're not just a normal country, we are shaped by deep inequality, deep poverty and unemployment, and the structure of our criminal justice system must respond to that, both at a policy level and at the architecture of both criminal courts and other courts that can respond specifically to the uniqueness of what we are facing. Would that be too much of it? Would that be a demand outside the purview of your ministry?
Yeah, and I will prefer on this one to be directly on the July unrest and also the other ones where I have information of them in terms of the alternative dispute resolution. The Riotous Assemblies Act, as you are aware, we are still supposed to respond to the Constitutional Court. And as you will be aware, we have to also create a balance while we allow this alternative dispute resolution mechanism. And the reason I'm giving you mostly the July unrest and the community court in Kailicha is because at least we do have the specifics, and we know, as I gave you the examples of the Gogo and of myself, that you are able to create a balancing act. While we do so, we should also be careful not to create a lawless society where the police will never now know, or the prosecutors will never now know what exactly should be done when chaos emanates, like the current, like what had happened with the July unrest, where people can just assemble anywhere and then decide that they are going to vandalize a mall or to vandalize a warehouse and so forth. So while we deal with these issues of the alternative dispute resolution, and we have left it to the level of the prosecutors and those SAPS level to deal with them on a case-by-case basis, because they will know that a balancing act they can be able to strike based on the facts. Because if we just have a blanket policy, we may degenerate into a lawless society.
Minister, are there any plans to do a special, you spoke of awareness, public participation, building public discourse, the uniqueness of the directives that were issued to respond to the July unrest, and you also agreed with its unprecedented nature, saying that it was new to all of us. Is there any plans to publish a report from your from your department that would perhaps give kind of like access to information to the public, perhaps about cases that were prosecuted, what the July unrest meant, what departmentally, what your reckoning has been with both what was happening in the July unrest and the larger things you are always thinking about. You're speaking about the 25-year-long reflections that were happening. Is there any plans specifically relating to the July unrest?
The directions are in a government gazette, and in the engagements that the stakeholders have, they always engage and disseminate the information as contained in the directions through the various stakeholders that we engage with, and those that comes through the court processes. With regard to the broader 25-year review, it is a matter of public knowledge. They are, most of them, well publicized, advertised, and where we are fortunate and lucky, they are even televised on national television and captured by many news outlets. But there has also been, in many of them, in those engagements, there have been various NGOs that also participate, or civil society, and in certain instances where the events are in the university, there will be students, or if it's not in the university, there will also be students who come and attend those, so that this knowledge is also imparted to future generations. But all this that I have said, from time to time, wherever we get a platform, we do raise them in the public domain and in the public space. Even in Parliament, we have also been called to respond to these issues, which we have also done and gave information. And I think also now that we are also going back to Parliament on some of the issues of the department, including the budget vote, this information will continue to feature in those spaces. So every opportunity that we get to publicize, and also the officials, as and when they engage with society, we ensure that this message is conveyed.
Minister, and I think this is my last question. We heard from community members who spoke about, long existing grievances against service delivery and just systemic failures by government structures to respond to the at least to respond effectively to the socio-economic issues that we spoke of. And I know that part of, and you may correct me, that part of your powers are to set up special investigation units, or at least special crime units that may prioritize specific kinds of crimes, be it serious crimes or be it, say, crimes against women, depending on statistics and so forth. Given the systemic failures of government, at least from the evidence we've had from community members, is there any plans from your ministry to create a special unit that specifically respond to socio-economic issues and how failures by government pose a threat to what you are concerned about, which is a future healthy democracy, constitutional development, the participation of private and public sector cannot happen under ongoing socio-economic issues. So is there any issues to set up something of that nature that could respond to that and hopefully prevent something like a July unrest if socio-economic issues were also to blame?
Yeah, as you are aware, our mandate relates to constitutional development, which we continuously execute. And there are structures mandated to deal with the issues that you are raising, particularly in terms of protecting of the public, like the public protector, and I think giving yourself as the Human Rights Commission. And also there are departments, as I said, that are leading us in terms of the socio-economic issues that they have to lead us. And from time to time, we sometimes do receive such kind of complaints, and we direct them to the relevant authorities. to handle them and to help them. Where it's possible for us to help, we do help with such matters. Our Constitutional Development Unit is expected to help us with the development, with the continuous development of the Constitution. As you might have been aware, most of the development of the Constitution that we've had in the past 25 years have came as a result of court judgments. We want to see that having an equilibrium or changing where the Constitutional Development Unit in the department lead in terms of constitutional development, because constitutional development did not end when the Constitution was adopted. It will be an evolving process because the Constitution is a living document. We need to continuously develop it to respond to the changing conditions in our society, in our country, but also to the changing dynamics in the global and the universal world in terms of constitutional development and constitutional democracy.
Minister, thank you. I'm really sorry, but I'm just going to do a follow-up, which is, and I think you will be aware of the Makwenyane judgment that abolished capital punishment in our country. Now, and I know you're aware of this also, you will note that what was interesting about that case, amongst others, was that the majority of South Africans, if I remember well, about 73%, wanted the death penalty to remain. But the Constitutional Court authored a judgment that compelled us to live up to what they thought was the values of the Constitution. Now, notwithstanding the Human Rights Commission's mandate to protect human rights or the public protector, would you not agree that the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Development has to be at the forefront of shaping both policy and in the structure of how our courts are, that mandate, so that all other Chapter 9 institutions such as ourselves, the parameters about how we operate will be shaped by those kind of policy directions. So I appreciate it and I agree that we have to integrate and lean on other organs of state and so forth. But at least, would you agree that you have to be, your ministry has to be at the forefront of all of that, given its mandate?
Yeah, but that is what I've just agreed to say, that we have got a Constitutional Development Unit that is expected to continue with the development of the Constitution post the Constitution's adoption and post the various Concord judgments. And I also said that, as you will be aware, most of the development of the Constitution now came from court judgment, but we want to have an equilibrium, but also, where possible, be in the leading forefront to develop the Constitution. And obviously, when I speak about the development of the Constitution, it will also include the socio-economic rights that are contained in the Constitution. When I said about the fact that obviously there are people that will from time to time come to us to raise this and that issue, I was referring to specific matters, and hence I said with those kind of each and specific issue, for example, a person complaining about the housing issue, where the department is able to help to refer that person to the relevant Department of Housing, we do so. And where the department maybe it's a complaint, we realize that this complaint really needs the Office of the Public Protector, we will refer that person to the Public Protector. Or if this person, for example, comes and we're of the view that this matter might be better handled by a Chapter 9 institution like the Human Rights Commission, we will refer that matter to the Chapter 9 institution. But that does not mean that we're abdicating our responsibility. We still understand our responsibilities, as we have said, to be that of the strategic nature of the development of the Constitution, to respond to these socio-economic issues and to respond to the development of the Constitution.
Thank you, Ministers. Please just give me 5 seconds to confer with my co-counsel quickly.
Yeah, no, thank you. Let me also get a bit of a comfort break
Yes, I think at
in
this,
that 5 minutes.
yeah, at this point, let us take a 10-minute comfort break.
Yeah, I was
Is
going
that
to
fine?
propose,
Until 5 past.
yeah,
5 past, let's make it 10 past
11.
11.
Yeah. But
Thank you, Minister. We stand down until 10 past
Thank
11.
you.
So the evidence leaders will continue with the questions. Over to them. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. I confirm that I'll be taking over the evidence leading at this aspect. Minister, keeping in line with the theme that you had began discussing with my colleague, I'll also continue to engage with you on issues around the aftermath of the July unrest. Minister, can I confirm that you can hear me? Can you hear me, Minister?
I can hear you very clearly.
Thank you so much.
I can hear you very, very clearly.
Great. So, Minister, in that vein, let's turn to paragraph 7.7 of your affidavit, where you make brief mention of the events that occurred at Phoenix. My first question to you is, please give the Commission some context as to how you understood the events in Phoenix to have unfolded. What do you understand to have occurred in Phoenix, as referenced in your affidavit?
Yeah, no, thank you. Firstly, I just want to recap. I had said there is an act that I have forgotten that could have helped the law enforcement agencies to make decisions on certain matters, and that act is the Protection of Constitutional Democracy Against Terrorists and Related Activities Act of 2004. My understanding of the Phoenix situation was also informed by the fact that of what we were receiving, that there seems to be allegations of racial undertones within the area between the South Africans of Indian origins and Africans, and in certain very limited extent white South Africans, which then affected tensions and relations within the community. Hence, we spoke about the issue of social cohesion, and it's important for us to continue to build an enrolled society and a society where we exist in our diversity. Hence, we also view the work that the Human Rights Commission yourself did there to have a dialogue and engage and also try to understand the deep root cause to be a very important work, not only for the area of Phoenix, but also for the whole country as a blueprint. How do we continue to build a nation where all of us exist as human beings and see each other as one? And I am also glad that I also saw you doing the same kind of work in the school in West Rand where racial tensions have erupted. It does show that the project to build a non-racial society needs to be enhanced, needs to be a project that will put at the highest level in terms of our social engagement and as society and as government.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, can I then zoom into the issue you just touched upon now, which is your mandate to enhance and develop social cohesion? You indicated in your earlier testimony that social cohesion is important because it, amongst others, it brings stability in society. Could we narrow specifically to the issue of Phoenix? And I would, at this point, invite you to speak to the Commission of what you understand your role or the role of your ministry to be in the context of the events at Phoenix, and what kind of interventions you believe are necessary, and any other progress update that you can shed light on.
Yeah, obviously our role was to provide the support to the work that you were doing, and I think officials from the department also participated in that process to also engage the various stakeholders. The early reports I got was that there was a bit of some kind of resistance to be involved in this kind of a discourse. But at the later stage, all the stakeholders, some of them agreed to participate. And if I'm not mistaken, the official from the department was Tapelo Makushane, who is also has a lot of experience on the matters that related to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission to facilitate social cohesion, engagement, and so forth. So he also played a role of supporting the work that you were doing, so that there is some kind of discourse that happens on this matter. And hopefully we will learn a lot and be able to see that as a blueprint that can help us to resolve some of the challenges as we move around the country. But at the end of the day, while the department could play that role of overarching policy framework and support, it is also still important that it gives space to mandated institutions like yourself to come with some bit of outcomes and recommendations, so that that kind of separation remains there, but with some bit of a collaboration that needs to happen from all the stakeholders and government, because there is no institution that can succeed in isolation. Hence, we are moving forward to reconvene the National Action Plan against racism, xenophobia, and racial intolerance, which is a structure that has been moribund for some time. But since for the past year or two, we have been engaging with Cabinet to find proper terms of reference and its resourcing and how it must be structured. And it is now beginning to hold meeting. We had our first meeting in December, and I think we're going to have another one in this March, where clear plans for implementation concretely we are going to look into, and I do believe this will respond also to some of the recommendations that will come from yourselves on the Phoenix issue and some of the issues of racial intolerance that arise in our country from time to time. But as with the previous evidence leader, it's clear that the deep-rooted economic inequality in the country also are mirrored on racial lines, and that we still live with the same kind of a situation as it was under apartheid. So those are the barriers that we are hopeful that the National Action Plan against racism, xenophobia, and racial intolerance will help us to attend to resolve, including all the issues that relates to spatial planning and all related issues. Hence, it's a cross-interdepartmental forum.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, I'm mindful of time, so I am at this point going to pivot onto my next theme, and I would I'll limit my following questions to the report of the expert panel that was commissioned by our president. Minister, you state in your affidavit that you understand the report of the expert panel to focus primarily on 3 ministries, and those ministries all deal with issues of security. However, I'm sure you will agree with me that the report of the panel goes on to make wide-ranging recommendations, and I would like to pose some of the recommendations to you and hear your thoughts on them. My first one, Minister, relates to the ability of the state to respond to technology and to the threats that it poses. The report makes clear that the situation that unraveled during the July unrest was castigated or promoted through social media. That much you acknowledge as well in your affidavit. The report also states that our security services seem to have been confounded by this use of technology. And the point I want us to discuss is the efforts made by our state departments to keep up with technology and the threats that it poses. You yourself, in your evidence earlier, mentioned that the ministry that you oversee was victim to ransomware in September last year. So I'd invite you to comment at this stage about, the importance of keeping up with technology in order for state departments, and in particular your department, to be able to deal with the opportunities and threats that technology presents.
Yeah, thank you. Indeed, the importance of technology can never be overemphasized in the fight against crime or in the development of any nation. It is true that we are sometimes find lagging behind in terms of technology. The Department of Justice is at the center of what is called an integrated justice management system, which is aimed to ensure that there is a relay effect of information within the space of the justice system, from home affairs, when a person has fingerprints, and as you are aware, they are still dealing with the issues of biometrics, is arrested by the police, and that relay effect goes to the NPA, and also that goes to the court system and to correctional services. So those are the first basics that we need to deal with, and that is what we are currently attending to. You may be aware, or you may not be aware, that we sometimes suffer from what is called body swap by people who do not really identify themselves when they are in correctional services, and because you may not have their biometric, you may not really know exactly if this is the person unless you have to manually check everyone. So technology is very important, and also, as you have said, with regards to the July unrest, technology use will have enabled us as early as possible, I believe, to nip some of the issues in the bud as early as possible, but also to collate the data and also ensure that it's synthesized in a manner that will have enabled easy and quick response from the police, the NPA, and within the criminal justice system, and that if all is able to communicate with the home affairs system, it will have been an easy task to just pick someone from Facebook, connect him with the police, and connect him or her with the processes of the NPA. But the issues of technology is very, very expensive exercise within the state, and currently the state is currently looking at all the enablers of this technology through the help of the Department of Telecommunications and Digital Communications to enable all of us to have enabling effect that will make the cluster to function and work as coordinated by justice, because we are almost at the center of all the criminal justice department. Whatever data that is collected from home affairs, from police, or from anyone ends up with the NPA or with the courts.
Thank you, Minister, for that frank response. I'm going to stay in the report, and I'll direct your attention to a conclusion or recommendation that was made at page 139. I'll paraphrase what it says. Minister, my next question here will relate to the challenges around inequality and corruption. You engaged with my colleague at length around how socioeconomic realities in South Africa fueled the July unrest. However, the expert report goes further than simply dealing with issues of inequality and poverty. The expert report deals squarely with the issue of corruption. And I'll quote directly from it. The report states clearly that if one adds the general unhappiness by general unhappiness, it refers to issues of underdevelopment. So it says if one adds the general unhappiness with corruption within the ruling party, it appears that what happened in July will definitely happen again. Minister, I'll invite you at this point to inform or comment and direct that commentary towards the Commission on the impact of corruption on fueling social unrest and fueling social disorder. We're not particularly interested in a public or private form of corruption, but I would invite you in your capacity as a minister to speak about how the double whammy of inequality as well as corruption that's not dealt with has constantly launched us into periods of riot and social disorder.
Yeah, indeed, you can't argue with that. It's a reality we have to confront. Hence, the President has been very clear about the fight against corruption, that it must be won because it steals from the poor. And even when you look at all the service delivery protests, even at local government level, one of the main demands that people always raise is the issue of corruption. Hence, the President has authorized hundreds and hundreds of SIU investigations on various state, national departments, provincial departments, including local government level. And hundreds and millions of rands have been clawed back into the fiscus through the Special Investigation Tribunal. And also the NPA has also done the same through the Asset Forfeiture Unit. And there are a lot of people that are being followed. Also through the Zondo Commission's outcomes report, you will also see that there is also lots of billions of rands that have been brought back to book. I think now what is remained as the biggest criticism against those law enforcement agencies is that the people have not been seen going into being convicted. And yesterday when I was in Parliament, I gave statistics of some of the people that were convicted for some of these crimes. Some, as we speak, are undergoing trials that are at an advanced stage of a prosecution. There is no any other way. The state must get back the money that has been stolen from the fiscus. Those that have committed the offense, the might of the law must fall on them. Hence, as I've said earlier with your earlier colleague, that the National Treasury has given us an additional 1 billion rand to help the National Prosecuting Authority to capacitate itself in terms of forensic investigation, digital investigations, accounting, and so forth. Because as you are aware, the crimes that they are now dealing with are very sophisticated and complex. It's no longer an easy crime like stock theft, which is clear who stole which goat or who stole which cow and who were involved and so forth. What they are dealing with involves multinational corporations, involves cross-border jurisdictions, involves various digital platforms. It involves sophisticated ways of cryptocurrency and very sophisticated accounting methods that are involved. When you take a case in point like the Stain of One, which involves very sophisticated accounting issues, where you even find people who are CAs, chartered accountants, being confused as to exactly what happened, how was it done. But the work that the Hawks and the NPA are doing, we do believe that it will yield results that justice is done, as we can see now already on the Tongati matter, or is Hula, the one in KZN where senior executives have been arrested. And it's the same in that matter where it is sophisticated, complex accounting issues And that means that you need the same level of competency and sophistication from the prosecutors, from the investigators, and from all the role players that are handling the matter if you are to deal with these kind of matters. Because if you do not have the same level of investigators, they will be dribbled because they may not understand what is an accounting misstatement or what is digital currency or cryptocurrency. So this is now the new environment that law enforcement are finding themselves swimming in. And hence the president then authorized what we now call the independent investigative directorate within the NPA, so that it can be able to have this capability. And as we receive the report that comes from the Zondo Commission, we are also receiving a data center that all these law enforcement agencies will be able to have access to this data. This data is one of the most unparalleled in the world, most sophisticated, with all the digital information that these law enforcement agencies are going to use. And that is the work that is being done to capacitate these institutions. And the president has said there is nothing that stops the law enforcement agencies to do their job with the information that is at their disposal. And all the institutions that are supposed to enforce the law, from any other crime, even the ones that does corruption, even the one that does not emanate from Zondo, it must be attended to without fear, favor, or any prejudice. Hence, this support that we are providing to these institutions so that they can be able to do their job.
Minister, if I might follow up on, in respect of the response you've provided on the role of law enforcement agencies, I would like to tie up the question of institutional competence to one of the recommendations, again, made by the expert report. Minister, one of the recommendations made in the report is that one of the contributors to the unrest, and in fact it was labeled a matter of national security, is that the internal differences within the governing party contributed to the unrest. I'd like to inform you, Minister, that in the course of hearing evidence before the Commission over the past 2 weeks, we've listened to views from community leaders and research organizations. And one thing that cuts across a lot of the sentiments shared is a desire of people to see justice. You've indicated that funds have been allocated to the tune of 1 billion rand. And I provide you with this opportunity, Minister, to speak and make clear what your commitment is to the people of South Africa, particularly what priorities you've set around, prioritizing issues and resolving the detrimental impacts of the July unrest. Please equally speak to the Commission about how you intend to distribute the resources that you've just alluded to. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you. The resources, as I've said, are aimed to help the NPA to exercise or execute their mandate in relation to all the crimes that they are dealing with, including to recruit aspirant prosecutors, to recruit investigators of a particular skill, and also to be able to be in touch with modern technology that is happening now. And that will also be in relation to the Department of Justice to upscale its own modernization program. So the president is on record. I have also been on record that with regards to the July unrest, the law enforcement agencies must do everything in their power to bring everyone to book, irrespective of where they come from, and irrespective of the color of their skin, irrespective of their political affiliation, wherever they are, wherever they come from, whichever political affiliation they come from. If they have broken the law, and there is evidence to that effect that the South African police have found, and that the NPA is of the view that they are prosecutable. The NPA must apply its act and the Constitution, which says they must prosecute without fear, favor, or prejudice. When that is before them, facts and the law allows, they must do so. It is within their power. In fact, the NPA Act prohibits anyone from interfering with their work, and in fact, it makes it unlawful. So there is no holy cow, whether a person comes from whichever political party. If he or she is found by evidence to be involved in this huge crime of massive looting that disrupted social life for our people, that disrupted the economy, that disrupted everything we knew of life as and then, that person must be held to account, and the law enforcement agencies have got prescripts, they've got laws that guide their work. They just need to do their job in line with the Constitution and in line with the secondary legislation that gives them mandate.
Thank you, Minister. My final question before I hand over to my colleague to my left. Over the course of the past 2 weeks, the Commission has heard evidence from various quarters to the effect that although the July unrest was, in a word, unprecedented, it is not impossible for it to repeat itself, meaning even though many people were shocked by the levels of death and destruction, there's a possibility, and a strong one, that it might repeat itself. The sentiments shared is that the underlying causes still exist, the socioeconomic realities still exist, the criminal motives that underpinned it still exist, the political underpinnings that drove it still exist. My final question to you, Minister, is a question we've posed to many witnesses before the Commission, is whether, in your view, you think an event of this nature could occur again.
The first thing that needs to happen the U.S. is a clear example after the riots in the Parliament of the U.S. The first thing that needs to happen is that those that were responsible must be held accountable. Where evidence exists, they must be arrested. Where evidence exists, they must be prosecuted and be punished for the offense. The first way to prevent a crime, and I think that U.S. example is the clear one, is that people must be held accountable. And there must be justice. Justice must prevail for the victims of these offenses. And justice must prevail for those that have been murdered. Justice must prevail for the support, for the destruction of properties, for all the mayhem that has happened. There must be justice. It must be seen to be done. That is the first point of deterrence. The second one is the point you are raising, and I have answered it with your previous colleague, that already the economic cluster is responding to all those issues through the economic recovery plan, the IRP, and also the intervention that is continuing with regards to the social grant on the 350 rands, which obviously is not sustainable, and because you will need people to have their own sustainable livelihoods in terms of their own self-employment and being employed or job creation. So those are measures that they have already started to look into. And I do believe that if the ARP, as it is beginning to show some green shoots, as we have seen from the last budget, that there is some bit of recovery, particularly in the mining sector. I have seen a report, I think yesterday, that also speaks to a bit of recovery, even in the manufacturing sector. So there is some hope that we are gradually turning the corner. And as we turn the corner, we obviously need to strengthen the institutions within the criminal justice cluster in terms of capacitation to enable us to hold anyone who is found to have committed a crime accountable. And I've also said, at least it is heartening that from the Minister of Finance, the criminal justice cluster has been given some form of resources to enable our capacitation because of the relay effect that when you capacitate the police, you must also capacitate the NPA, you must capacitate the courts, you must also capacitate correctional services because of the anticipated number of people that will come. So in that regard, I think it is in our hands to prevent the July situation to reoccur again. It is in the hands of all of us as South Africans. I do believe we can prevent it, we can do it. It is, in football language, they say the ball is in our court.
Thank you, Minister. Chairperson, that's the close of my questions. I'll hand over to Advocate.
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good day, Minister. Minister, what is your understanding of the concept access to justice?
Is that all South Africans, in terms of the Constitution, should be able to access a court which can be able to handle their disputes and find a way in an open and a transparent manner. And that justice can also be accessed in other alternative forms of dispute resolution, and that access to justice must enable a firm process for whoever the parties are, that they play a role in the justice system.
Would you agree that that's the narrow definition of access to justice, because the concept has evolved over the years, that the broader definition includes social justice, economic justice, and environmental justice?
Yes, it has evolved. It does involve all those things. Hence, when I say access, I meant anyone who has got a justiciable dispute, and such justiciable dispute involves all the three that you have raised.
Minister, the Commission has received testimonies from victims of violence and racism in Phoenix. In line with your definition of access to justice, what form of redress do you think will be just and equitable for the victims of racial profiling, racism, and violence during the unrest?
Yeah, no, thank you. I think, firstly, it's a bit difficult for me to answer the question directly because I'm aware that there are cases that are still before our courts where such issues are being ventilated, as you are aware of the group of people that are already in court. And I will not really want to pronounce on what should be the kind of verdict or issues that they may happen. But maybe if, with your indulgence, allow me to state that justice obviously must prevail for such, for the victims in a manner that restore their dignity as before the crime would have occurred. Unfortunately, the scars are too deep because some have lost their families and some have lost their friends. Some have lost, have been heavily injured in a manner that they may not longer go back to work. And the loss of dignity is the most painful and kind of huge irreparable harm that is really difficult to describe and find a way. But I do believe that with the engagements that you have started yourselves, that is the first step towards healing and restoring some of the dignity to the people that have been affected. I am not avoiding to answer your question. If you insist, I may have to go there, but I think for both me and you, it will be safer not to really go directly to exactly what should happen to those that have already been arrested for this, or those that might end up being arrested, so that we do not prejudice the court case that is currently sitting. I hope I have tried to respond in a manner that is safe and that does not prejudice the case.
Thank you, Minister. Would the ministry support the call for reparations for victims of violence, alleged racism and profiling?
Yes, I think there is a room and a space for that, particularly if engagements do shows and lead to the fact that the victims feel that with some form of reparations, they could be restored in terms of their dignity to where they were before this incident has happened. Because reparations should obviously be a two-way thing, that both the victim and the offender understand that it is aimed to restore the dignity. But sometimes it's difficult. I have also seen it with the matters that we have handled on the TRC cases with the TRC unit, that sometimes it's difficult where it involves a lot of people and communities to have a clearly agreed outcome or agreement as to what best suitable reparations is for that community or for that individual, because in certain situations, for this individual, it could be the best suitable kind of a solution that they believe restores their dignity, but the next one finds it different and so forth. So I think that should obviously be an outcome of the engagement that I'm not sure how far are you with those kind of deliberations and discussions with the victims and communities, but there is a space for such kind of a deliberations to find a way whether that could be something acceptable to the victims, because what really happened to the victims should have never happened in any democratic society or in any democratic country, and it must be condemned with the highest possible contempt.
Minister, the spate of violent incidents in Phoenix and other parts of Gauteng and KwaZulu-Natal over the years, including service delivery protests, have to many served as a dire warning for the imminent slide in lawlessness in South Africa. Would you say the signs were there, given the high prevalence of service delivery protest incidents of mob justice where people resort to self-help, that the signs were there, the corporate and state actors who are engaged in corrupt practices, would you say the signs were there that there would be an unrest of this nature?
Yeah, I will not really be very clear in that regard. What I can say is that indeed there has been lots of violent protests building up over years. And obviously the anger with service delivery, with the anger with corruption, there has been signs that this is indeed a ticking time bomb. The only thing that I think, was not really clear to is that whether it could escalate to the level at which we found ourselves in July. I'm not sure, I doubt that there could have been anyone who could have predicted, but there has been signs that slowly we are gradually descending to where people are resorting to self-help and people are resorting to anarchy to resolve some of the teething and genuine service delivery issues that they are having, including genuine corruption-related complaints that they were having across the country.
Your department or ministry is enjoined to promote and amplify awareness about the National Action Plan against racism, xenophobia, and related intolerance. And this National Action Plan was launched in 2019, and we've been a minister since 2019. In your view, has the ministry and the department done enough to amplify awareness about this plan and to work on the ground to curb incidents of racism and related intolerance in the country, given that your department has institutional presence in every corner of this country?
Yeah, we have done what is practically possible through the various role players in the country, because as you are aware, the implementers of the plan is various stakeholders, including ourselves and all other institutions, even all the government departments. And it is a role that is supposed to be played by even all government officials. I think I will agree that we may not have done enough to raise awareness even to all officials and stakeholders that it is a responsibility of each and every one of us and officials to raise this awareness. Hence, we have now rejigging our coordination of all the sector departments that are supposed to sit in the National Action Plan to deal with these matters and to respond to them, because I do not think that that coordination in particular is that enough to respond to these issues that we see flaring up on a day-to-day basis, like the one that you are dealing with in the West Rand. And I see from time to time they also flare up in various schools across the country. But at the end is that the departments that have to implement also have to be aware that this is a national priority that all of us must be seized with.
The incidents in Phoenix, how would you characterize them? Would you say these incidents were racist in nature, or it was unconscious bias or prejudice? How would you characterize the incident, having assessed the situation post the unrest?
Yeah, I think yourself will be better placed to characterize them because you have interviewed the people involved directly and interacted with them. The only thing I have said, as you will have seen from the affidavit, is that these were allegedly to have had racial undertones, and they also needed some kind of work amongst all the stakeholders to really get into the root cause of this challenge. I think the report that obviously will come out of this work is the one that will help us to really get an understanding of the clearest nature of the events. But that there was racial undertones, there was racial profiling. I don't think that is in doubt. But as to the exact characterization, I think it should be an outcome of the report.
The high level or the panel of experts appointed by the president pointed to intra-party factional battles within the ruling party. Does it concern you that to date we have not seen any arrest of high-profile individuals who could have been involved in masterminding the unrest?
Yes, it does concern me, and it can only end there, Jones, as you are aware. I cannot instruct the NPA and the police who and how they must arrest. But I do believe that hopefully with the information at their disposal, at some stage they will be able to arrest the masterminds behind this unrest, because to arrest the go-go that I was talking about and someone who just saw an opportunity of a mall that is open or of a warehouse that is open does not really go into the crux of the matter. We do need to see the masterminds, the plotters, the ringleaders of all these events to be arrested. And I do believe that as and when they get the evidence and the facts and the law, they must be able to take the nation into confidence on some of these issues. It is important that they get arrested because, as I gave an example with the U.S. Situation, it is helpful that the nation finds finality, but it also serves as a deterrent and send a message that no one is above the law and there is no holy cow, and that whoever is involved in these kind of activities, the full might of the law is going to befall on such kind of a person. But I'm raising this cautiously without wanting to give instructions to the relevant law enforcement authorities. They must do so based and informed by the facts and the evidence before them to get these masterminds, the ringleaders, and whoever that was involved in plotting these things. If they have the evidence, they must attend to it. It has to be done. It is in the interest of the nation.
Would you say the incarceration of the former president has reaffirmed the rule of law?
Yes, I think it did reaffirm the rule of law. It did reflect that there is no one who is above the law. And I think that is the message that the Constitutional Court judgment was affirming.
Would you also agree that the former president was also within his rights to seek a review of some of the court decisions which were subsequently dismissed by the Constitutional Court.
Yeah, I think whatever available avenues in terms of the Constitution and in terms of the prescripts of the Superior Court Act and the running of our courts, if an aggrieved party still believes he has got avenues to follow, that aggrieved party has to do what he believes it is in his right to pursue his own rights or her own rights.
And lastly, Minister, what purpose will social cohesion serve? And these are the sentiments that have been shared with us. What purpose will any social cohesion initiative serve when there is high levels of unemployment, inequality in South Africa, and when there is still economic injustice? So what purpose will it serve, and are you rethinking your social cohesion interventions? Because at the heart of the challenges of our country is inequality, and the imbalances of the past have not fully been redressed. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I have been on record, Jones, on many platforms, even in my other role as a leader in a political party, that social cohesion without economic justice is impossible. There must be economic justice, inclusive economy, and so that all of us can live and find ourselves in the same country. Because if you look into the apartheid special planning, what still enables it today, despite some of the few of us who have attained the middle class status to come and stay in areas which were previously reserved for white people, still using different hospitals, it's because of the economic setup of the country. So we need economic inclusivity, economic participation by everyone, which is diversified, so that all of us can use the same facilities. The national healthcare is one of the examples, so that we can all be using the same hospitals, black and white, rich and poor, using the same facilities, our kids going to the same schools and all that. So that obviously is a function of the economy. It has to happen. I do believe that when we have reached that level of equality, is then that we can see real social cohesion and the real rainbow nation that President Mandela has spoken about. And I am also observing from where I am sitting here that even with yourselves there in the work that you are doing as the commission, you have brought up young aspirant practitioners that are aimed also to gain skill in this kind of work. And I do believe that in the next 5, 10, 20 years, the practitioners that were asking me questions here as evidence leaders in their diversification, women, young, and so forth, will gain experience, will also be one day be senior councils of this country that are going to take our country to the next level. They are the next Frank of Wars, the next Mugaitubis, the next Dumisan Sevezas, they are the next Moroka, they are the next Sisipa Luis, and the next practitioners that we will be proud of as a country to see. And there is no better way to give them that experience than for them to do the job.
Yeah, thank you, Minister. Over to you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you also for those words. The panel members that have questions will put questions to you now. We're starting with Commissioner Ntuli.
Good morning, Minister.
Good morning.
Minister, I only have one or so questions for you. I am interested mainly in the conversation that the state is having with the general South African public in its response to the July unrest. Minister, a various number of social perception studies are indicating that the trust of South Africans, or the trust of the public in the government, is at its all-time low. Now, Minister, we will appreciate that the government exists only at the mercy of this public and only to serve this public. Now, if this same public is losing trust in this institution, the question for us is then where to from here? We appreciate, Minister, that in response to questions, particularly those raised by Advocate Jones on those who have been prosecuted and brought to book for the crimes committed in July, in your response you have indicated that you also want to see justice prevailing, but not just justice prevailing, but justice being seen to prevail. Because it's one thing for justice to prevail, but it's another thing for the public to see justice prevailing. Now, I'm inviting you, Minister, to address, because you will understand that as you speak with us, you are also speaking to the South African public. I am going to now invite you, Minister, to speak directly to the South African public who has lost trust in this government on the issue of trust in relation to the myriad of issues that have not been addressed by the justice sector as a whole. You have, for example, Minister, millions of rounds of ammunition that were stolen during July that only have been partially recovered. The rest are in the hands of criminals. And South Africans are rightfully feeling vulnerable as a result. People's lives, 350 souls, are gone. Not a single person is in jail to account for that. We are informed that our economy lost 50 billion, and not a single person. We are closing in on a year since these atrocious events happened. About or approximately 100 ATMs were vandalized by people who are professionals and experts at this. None of these monies have been seen, at least, to be recovered, and none of these organized gangs have been seen to be brought to book. Now, Minister, I'm going to invite you in response to this tally of the question of the public's trust in this institution, which exists only to serve the public. If you may kindly just address the public on what they should do about this question of trust and their state of vulnerability as a result of these events and the state of the public service in general? Thank you, Minister.
Thank you very much. As I have said earlier on, that we have prepared the court systems to be ready in anticipation of the massive arrest of everyone involved in this massive destruction to our economy, to our social life, to the destabilization of the employment of all South Africans. And we stand ready to date with the court infrastructure. The NPA has, as I've said, also put a dedicated team that will guide the South African police in the investigations of these matters as and when they arise, including in particular the high-profile one that involves the ringleaders, the plotters, the instigators, and all that. So we remain committed that whoever that was involved and there is evidence, they must be brought to book. And that is the message that we continuously provide to the public, that also from members of the public who might have the necessary information, they can continue to provide it. And also that we continuously give capacitation and help to these law enforcement agencies to deal with some of these matters, particularly on the issues that has been raised here with technology and digital platforms that will enable the law enforcement agencies to respond adequately to all these issues. So the reason it is important that these investigations, some of them of the high-profile ones, should be prosecutorial-led, is that by the time they go through the court system, they are prosecutorial ready and they can be able to move with an expedited speed. So there is no any other way to restore the confidence of the public and that of society to the criminal justice system, other than to hold anyone that was involved in this accountable. They must be held accountable, and the institutions must work day and night to ensure that these people are held accountable, so that society can feel safe, that society can also know that such things must never be done, must never happen. It must act as a deterrent, so that whomever might want to redo it again knows that there are consequences if you do such kind of a thing. Hence, we applaud some of the arrests that have happened in some of the issues that happened in the national key points recently across the country. And we are also hopeful that fair and justice will prevail in all those matters. So they must be held accountable. And the message to society is that we continuously give that support that is necessary to all the law enforcement agencies to ensure that whoever was involved in the July unrest is held accountable and justice prevails.
Thank you, Commissioner Nissen.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Minister. I've got 3 questions, one comment and 3 questions. First of all, thank you for your intervention, and in particularly the NPA has, in case then has appeared before this hearing and given us a perspective of that intervention, and particularly in the Verulam court, which is surrounded by a very explosive situation such as Phoenix, KwaMashu, Amawoti, Bambai, and Zwelice. And they have really done their utmost to, from a court procedure, making sure that, that the court works 24/7 in order to process the accused. So they've done that. Your intervention in terms of the rapid response to the court procedures is welcome. Minister, I've got 3 questions. The first is your compassionate approach on the ADR and diversion programs. And I'd just like to know, whether you have any information about how many children were involved, because you mentioned the children, how many children were involved in diversion programs, and in terms of, and also with that, were there any students, and the youth in particular, but the students that are involved, and the ADR, as you explained, the old gogo with a bag of meal. And out of that, the second question is, out of these two programs, will any of those involved have a criminal record? Because it means if that's a student, that person has to wait 10 years before he or she could be cleared. And then coupled with that, Minister, are there any programs that emanated from this ADR and diversion programs that's ongoing with regard to those who are involved in those programs? Thanks, Minister.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, and also for those warm words with regards to Vermeulen and Magistrate Court. Indeed, that gave all of us sleepless nights, because the prosecutors and the presiding officers were saying they cannot cope with the volume of work that is coming before them, which meant that some of them had to work for 24 hours. Hence, we had to come with a quick and urgent intervention that will help that situation, and also in Gauteng, so that as it happens countrywide, the court system is able to cope and respond. I'm just trying to check from the information I have here about the children in terms of statistics. If you will just bear with me, to the best of my knowledge, because we were not sure the exact details and stats that might be needed by the commission. I think we might not have put that statistics, but I'm sure we can be able to get it after this and send it to the commission record, if the commission allows me for that indulgence. I think I don't have them with me here now because of that uncertainty.
Minister, it's fine. You've also said that you will supplement your affidavit and so on. So you can, if you can forward us, in particular the question of whether they will have a criminal record, you can forward it to us in any supplementary information you want to send to us.
Yeah, what I have is a breakdown. It's a breakdown of Boksburg, juvenile, MODB, and so forth. But it doesn't state in terms of whether they're full of the diversion program and so forth. So I think I will request that we submit an evidence to outline that.
Thanks, Minister.
Including the program that might have emanated from that diversion. But I do know that with the diversion programs, there is work that is being done with social workers, and the children and all. But the affidavit will be better placed to give exact information so that I don't mislead the commission.
No, thank you, Minister. If you could also add the number of women, that is it, but welcome that information. Minister, my second question, and Commissioner Ntuli has touched on that, that's on the 350 people that died in July unrest, outside the Phoenix and outside the others, just in...
Can I request a quick company break?
Yeah, sure, Minister. Thanks. Chair, come back.
Sorry, Minister, yes, no problem. We can stand down. Until 25 to 1. Can we settle down, please? We reconvene, Minister. I'm not sure if you were on the floor, Minister.
Good afternoon, Minister.
Yes, I was still on the floor. I'm just, if you can just give me a second, just finalizing to take some medication. Just a second.
No problem, Minister.
Yeah, no, thank you. I'm ready now.
Please continue, Minister.
No, it's me.
Oh, question from...
No, thank you, Minister. Minister, my second question, Commissioner Tuli touched on the 350 plus people that were involved in the unrest, one way or the other, that died. I just want to ask a few questions around it, whether all the postmortems have been finished, and where are we with regard to the inquest, how many inquests have happened, and the outcome of those inquests, if they're all finished, and all the bodies being claimed. And also, Minister, in some instances, as this commission, not only in this hearing, but also when we visited the affected areas, we have been told by some communities where people lost their lives that security companies were involved. And I recall that the Minister of Police, Honorable Minister Cele, did indicate that some of the weapons were confiscated from the private securities and sent for ballistics tests. And want to know whether any of those ballistic tests came back. I'm sure you, and if you don't know it, Minister, we can always get it afterwards. But just in terms of whether any of those ballistic tests can proven or has been linked to any of the deaths that occurred during the July unrest. So, but our main concern is, have those inquests been finished? Have all the bodies been identified and collected and buried? Perhaps not that, that's not with you, but just the whole issue about the inquest. Are there any of them outstanding? And what was the outcome? In Minister, if you don't have the information now, please, you can forward it in your subsequent response to us. Thank you, Minister.
Yeah, no, thank you. Indeed, I do not have that information now with me. As I said earlier on, we were not really, despite the guidance that we received from the evidence leaders, we were not sure all of the questions so that we could cover all the information. But I think the inquest question, it does fall into the Department of Justice, because it is the magistrates who hold the inquest. So I think we will be able to get that information and add it in the supplementary affidavit that we will send. And we will be available in case there is any clarification that may be needed still from us, because I do not think that may take long if the affidavit may not be clear, but we'll try to make it as clear as possible. The one that relates to the security companies and ballistic tests and results is it's the terrain of the South African police services.
Thank you, Minister. Certainly, it is with the South African Police Services. Minister, my last question, and it's linked up with what Commissioner Tully again talked and the other evidence leaders talked about social cohesion, and it is with regard to the Constitution of South Africa and building a South Africanness. Before this panel and before the evidence team, Professor Zulu from KZN University appeared, and I may not quote him directly, but he said that in South Africa there's no South Africanness. We have not reached a position where we can all say we're all of us South Africans, because different groups in this country have different responses, either respect or understanding of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. And for us, it's very important that we use the tool in which we agree that the Constitution is a mighty tool for us to build a South Africanness in which people can have both their rights and the responsibilities. And so that the flag becomes important, the Constitution becomes a living document, and also the anthem becomes a living document, a living part of being a South Africanist, because some groups, the anthem is sung this way, in other groups, there's no knowledge. We've seen in 2010, when the World Cup was there was South Africanists, everybody was happy, everybody was having their flags on their cars and so on, and suddenly we went back into a quagmire of dysfunctionality. And of course, the Constitution is the best, but you know, we've lacked power to pele, we have all of those issues, and do you think that we could do much more in making the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa a living reality through either advocacy programs, and so that everybody in this country can feel that they have rights, but they also have responsibility? And do you then think, Minister, that we should do more? Yes, and thank you for the 25th anniversary of the Constitution, but as you say, people need to implement that Constitution, and particularly in the civil service, we need to have them also, first of all, to execute that mandate of the Constitution at every level of service delivery to our people. So I leave it to you, Minister. What more can we do to entrench the Constitution in South Africa and build a South Africanness in which all of us, South Africans, doesn't matter what language, what color, where you come from, that we respect the Constitution, respect the flag, respect the anthem, respect the government, respect one another as South Africans, and build a South Africa of which we can be proud of. Thank you, Minister.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, I agree that we can do more, and we need to do more as a country to develop the Constitution, to build awareness about the Constitution, to ensure that there is a development and a nation building, and also belonging to one country called South Africa. That is the vision that our forefathers, and I suspect some of you as commissioners had when you participated in the struggle and also in the drafting of the Constitution, so that it becomes a contract that binds all of us together, and we then ensure that it is a living document that all of us live through. Where I do think that we might have also a bit missed it is that after its adoption, the work of continuous development of the Constitution was left either with only the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, or with the courts on their day-to-day interpretation of what the Constitution ought to be, when the courts are called to strike and declare certain provisions or legislations to be either constitutional or unconstitutional, and then we will respond to that. But a massive national program to respond and develop the Constitution, I think it's what we need to continuously have to do through all the stakeholders, the civil society, NGOs, and also universities. And to a certain extent, our schools, which also have got a subject that deals with life orientation, which also certain aspects of the Constitution it's composed, including the issues of the national anthem and the preamble to the Constitution. So I do think, indeed, yes, we need to do more than we are currently doing so that the Constitution is touched, seen, and lived in each and every corner of our country.
Thank you, Minister. To the chairperson.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Nissen and Minister. Minister, we have conflicting evidence before the Commission as to whether there was indeed early warning intelligence. The former Minister of State Security says that early warning intelligence was fed into the structures, including net joints. The Minister of Police indicates that he was not aware of any early warning intelligence. Now we know that the Department of Justice is a member of net joints and also, according to your affidavit, attends these meetings of net joints. So my question to you is whether you received any early warning intelligence through these structures, including net joints, or not, on the unrest.
Yeah, no, thank you. I can state that I have no knowledge of these early warnings, its nature and character. And as you have said, you will have also seen from the affidavit that indeed the Department of Justice participate in the net joint processes to help with the coordination of issues that need to end up coming through the court system. And as you will have seen, that is covered in 4.6 of my affidavit, which says that the net joints and Joint subcommittee meetings dealt primarily with South African Police Service operational matters, with joint intelligence services briefing taking place with updates and being presented daily. As such, the DOJ and the Department of Constitutional Development having much of no role to, having much of a role to play. So how net joints work is at an operational level. It's also important that the information that the intelligence services and also the police and crime intelligence and maybe to a certain extent defense intelligence, they share it among themselves and attend to the operations. That you will know it's also intended to protect that not only the integrity of the information, but also not to compromise it in case it ends up in court. Because if the processes of the arrest by the police and so forth ends up being in court, the prosecutors should be insulated from that information. They don't have to know about it. They have to only deal with the evidence that is in front of them. So hence, there is that kind of difficult line that must not be crossed in terms of that at the end, by the time the NPA makes a decision, they must make the decision informed by the facts and the evidence before them. And some of the information might be of such a nature that the officials from the Department of Justice, they ought not to know. So only the information must be shared among the police and the intelligence operatives. So there will therefore be no need for that information to be brought also to me, because I will not be involved in that day-to-day operation of dealing with some of the threats But obviously, in the cluster meetings where we sit, there will be an environmental scan and update, which is a kind of an overview or high-level overview of the security situation in the country, which will not really go into some of these finer details that you are talking about between the Minister of Police and also the information from the intelligence. I think I would want to leave it at that.
Thank you, Minister. Then it appears that even according to the high-level panel report to the President, there's been problems. Let's put it like this. The first problem there was that there were indeed issues pertaining to intelligence and intelligence gathering. The second problem appears to be that a lot of the evidence before us say that the police has been overwhelmed. There weren't enough water cannons, etc., to deal with the so-called looting. But now, and Mr. Jones referred to this as well. Now the third problem appears to be that, and that is also according to evidence before us, the 17 people who have appeared in court, and we even were told their names by the NPA in KwaZulu-Natal, but they don't appear to be the masterminds. One of the indications thereof is that not one of them is charged with high treason, for example, and so on. So it does appear the masterminds are still afoot after 7 months, which is a real problem, I think, not only for us, but for the public as well, because they, and I'm sure the government also wants to know who indeed is behind all of this. Now, you indicated that if there's evidence and so on, doesn't matter what the party allegiance, political party allegiance, or skin color, whatever, they need to be tried, and that is a very good and clear indication from your side. But what I want to know from you is, overall, you have a responsibility in terms of the NPA. I understand you wouldn't like to interfere there and so on, but isn't it, but should you not then, as the line function minister that is responsible for the protection of our constitutional order, play a role to establish from the NPA why is it that no masterminds have been apprehended and are before the courts? Where are the problems in this regard, and how can you assist as far as that is concerned?
Yeah, thank you. Indeed, as I have said, you will remember there was an act that I had said I had forgotten what is the act about. The act that we brought to the attention of the cluster and all the relevant players during this period, because we felt that it could be important to help the law enforcement agencies, which is the protection of constitutional democracy against terrorism and related activities Act of 2004. You will realize that some of the acts of economic sabotage and so forth, and incitement to commit public violence and all, some of those squarely belongs to this act in terms of the destabilization of the constitution. And indeed, it's true. We are interested, and in fact, in terms of the NPA Act, there is a section, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's section 11. I will just verify with the act, which do allow the minister responsible for the administration of justice to inquire as to what could be happening on a specific matter and issues, and what is the strategy that the NPA and the law enforcement agencies are taking. And it is the next stream that we continue, and a provision that we continue to explore to hold the MPA accountable and for oversight for them to provide us with information. And we do, from time to time, request that information. And in this regard, it has been stated and clear to us that indeed no masterminds or ring leaders or those that were are called to be the plotters or the planners have yet been arrested as per the information that they provided to you. And they've indicated that they put some kind of a task team that is aimed to ensure that such people are brought to book. And you will remember I've stated that they have said that this kind of task team also has to have this to be prosecutorial-led investigation, particularly at that level of the masterminds and the plotters. Hence, I said we expect that the hope that they will one day go into the bottom of this matter. We are definitely interested. We want to know who was the mastermind, who was involved, who plotted, how did it happen, and those people must be brought to book. And I repeat again, it does not matter where they come from, whether they come from any political party, or they are of any color, or they are whoever they are. They must never be above the law. They must be brought to book, and particularly when they have the evidence and the NPA or the prosecutors are of the view that these people, indeed the evidence, the facts and the law warrant, they are of such a nature that they must be arrested, they must be prosecuted, they must be held to account. As government, we want them to be held to account, definitely.
Thank you, Minister. Yes, and we think that it would do a lot in terms of rectifying.
Okay, I think before you proceed, I've just verified here with the NPA Act, Section 33 of the NPA Act.
Oh, thank you very much for that, Minister. Yes, I think we think it would do a lot in terms of the trust deficit to make amends as far as that. You know, if these people are brought to book, because if they are not brought to book, you know, it might be seen as whatever. Some would call it a cover-up, whatever the case may be, and that would be very bad for the trust deficit. But you can react to that as well if you want to. But my last question relates to the...
Yes, I do. I think you can see that I sometimes restrain myself because you sometimes feel like you can just go into the field and do it. But, obviously, we are guided by the laws. We have to give that space to the relevant law enforcement agencies. And I must state that we are obviously concerned, and I also know that the President shares the same concern. It's the government concern that indeed these individuals must be held to account.
Thank you very much, Minister, and I think you've been very pertinent and strong on that point, and we appreciate that very much. My last question relates to the integrated criminal justice system. Now, you know, 12 years ago, I've been a member of government, and even at that point, there was a lot said about the integrated and the creation of the integrated criminal justice system, which is critically important because obviously it will join up the systems of the various departments, including Home Affairs and so on, with that of the criminal justice system, and would go far in assisting to address criminality and to bring criminals to book. But now, It is 12 years later, and it seems that, there is still talk of the integrated criminal justice system, which is quite critical for our country. Is there an indication on your side when this will be in place and functioning? Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. Indeed, the integrated criminal justice system is, as we speak, currently functioning. And there are various modules to it that are in operations, like the PVA, the personal verification of information, that involves the introduction of information of those that are accused from the systems of the SAPS, and also to integrate them with the ones of Home Affairs. So what is still lacking at the side of Home Affairs is the issue of the biometric processing, which I think is still a subject of some processes within there, but I think soon it will also come into space. And there are already police stations, I think around 700 police stations across the country that are linked to some of the courts, where with the click of a button, the docket is being able to be transferred to the prosecutor and for them to use and so forth. The challenges that they've encountered have also been the ransomware that happened later last year. So we also need to build a data center that will enable us to protect it against cyber and also the things that could disrupt systems of such a nature. But I must say that it is not at the level that we had envisaged 10 years ago, because this stage where we are now should have been there many years ago. But with the new focus of the IT governance and also with new focus in terms of the cyber situation in the country, we have given it new impetus and also giving it new governance infrastructure that will enable it to function at the level where the DDGs of all the relevant departments are able to monitor and coordinate and ensure that this system is being implemented and it does work. Because for many years, as you have said, of these 10 years, it was left at the level of CIOs at an operational level. So we have elevated it for the DGs to look at it at a strategic level and ensure that this system does come to fruition so that it responds to these challenges of a fragmented system. And I do believe that with the work that is also happening at Home Affairs and the police and with us, we will be able to have a system that could operate soon and also have a situation where most of the police stations can be able to interact with the court system. There is now a focused attention to the system. Thank you.
We thank you very much, Minister. We've come to the end of your evidence. We appreciate it so much that you have availed yourself, and our proceedings will then come to an end at this point. I don't know if there's a last word or two you want to say, and then we can excuse you and adjourn the proceedings. We thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And again, lastly, I would also like to apologize. I know that I've requested many postponements. It was not out of my own making or disrespect of the work of this commission, which I think is very important work that you are doing. It will help us as government, it will help society to resolve the challenges that have happened in the July unrest, but it will also help us to move forward with the programs of social cohesion. And I also want to thank the commissioners, all of you, for the work that you are doing and the questions that were sometimes difficult and hoping to resolve the challenges of our country. And I also want to thank you for having confidence in young black professionals in that space that were asking me questions. I've seen them also asking some of my colleagues. I hope you will continue to impart that experience and so forth, because it goes a long way to all young black professionals in the country, practitioners who feel excluded in the mainstream of the legal profession, but also other professions. And I also know that you are striking the relevant balance amongst them with experienced people to help them to be guided and to move forward. And this can only augur well for the future of our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you for those words and also for that observation and observing that the Commission is also trying to make an example as far as that is concerned for our country and its people. Thank you very much, Minister. Appreciate it. We are adjourned, and we will adjourn now until, can we make it 1:45? It's 3/4 of an hour. 1:45. Thank you very much, and goodbye, Minister. want to start. This afternoon, we welcome to the hearing Mr. S. Nguni, Community Advice Officers of South Africa, KwaZulu-Natal, and we will be listening to him. Welcome to you, Mr. Nguni, and we look forward to your evidence. But before we start, let me just, first of all, can you hear us well, Mr. Nguni?
Yeah, I hear you very well.
Okay, so we have the arrangement that when someone is not speaking, then just put off the microphone or mute yourself, sorry, that's a word. We'll also do that on our side just to make sure that there is no sound issues and echoes and so on involved. So first of all, the panel consists of myself, Andre Gaum, I'm the chair. To my left is Commissioner Pelele Ntuli, and on my right, Commissioner Chris Nissen. Then we have our evidence team consisting of Mr. Boang Jones and Advocate Lloyd Lotz. They will put certain questions to you. But before we start, may I just hear from you, are you willing to take the oath? Or do you want to affirm the truth of your evidence?
Yes, I do.
Do you consider the oath as binding on your conscience, sir?
I do.
Do you swear that your evidence will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please raise your right hand and say, so help me God. And say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nguni. Okay, so I'm not sure if Mr. Nguni is going to make a few remarks, evidence team, or whether you are going to go straight into questions. Can you just clarify that, Advocate Lotz?
Thank you, Chair and the panel. Good afternoon, Mr. Nguni. I think the best approach would be just to check with Mr. Nguni, because we did receive a submission, the 6-page submission from KwaZulu-Natal. We are willing to allow you, sir, to perhaps just give even if it's just introductory remarks or an overview, but also if you wish for us to just go straight into it, we can. Perhaps I can just check with you now if you are willing to give sort of whether it's introductory remarks or an overview as best you wish, and then we can proceed with some questions thereafter. Perhaps you can indicate.
Okay, thank you very much. My short remarks will be just to say we are grateful for the Human Rights Commission to have included us as community-based advice officers to be part of this important inquiry or solution-seeking process. So I think that would be my remarks for now, just to say thank you for making us part of this journey.
All right. No, thank you very much. Perhaps then let's just get into it. Mr. Nguni, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions, and thereafter my colleague will also just have some. Thereafter we'll hand over to the panel. And maybe as a way of just giving you some sort of guidance, in as far as the questions are concerned, they are framed around the submission that you made. And in addition, we'd really just like to perhaps maybe as an introduction, just get a little bit of more information from you about KwaZulu-Natal, your footprint, the type of work that you do, and then in particular we'll then zoom into some of the issues that you, as covered in your submission with regards to the July unrest, and then we'll take it from there in terms of looking at the issues that you cover, and perhaps also we'll then require you at some point also towards the end to perhaps give us more information about what you think this commission, in as far as utilizing the information that you've given, but also what you think should be some of the areas that we should really drill down to in terms of recommendations and the like. I say this because I think you do play an important role, especially being on the ground, and you sort of at the heartbeat of where some of these so-called socioeconomic issues, where they arise in communities. And of course, as you play the role that you play, you are also providing not only just paralegal services, but you're providing a range of other services to the communities that you serve. So it is quite important to also hear what you think and what you know perhaps should be some of the focuses that we shouldn't shy away from. So maybe that's just a broad overview in terms of how we will proceed this afternoon. Let me get right into it then. Perhaps if you could just tell us, Mr. Nguni, about KwaZulu, who are you, what do you do, and where are you based, basically? Thanks.
Thank you very much. I am the Deputy President of the Community Advice Offices in South Africa. And I work for a community-based office in Mabopane called Untitled Community Advice Office. So KwaZulu is a national association of community advice offices with about just over 200 advice offices across South Africa. And we were established long ago, I think starting from the early 80s, where different associations have come to place. We had advice center associations in and around 1987. And in the new democracy, then we changed to become the national based paralegal associations in South Africa. And around 2005, that organization closed down because of funding challenges. But we re-emerged again in 2008, and we then formed ourselves to become the Community Advice Offices South Africa, I think, around 2013. The organization then was called KwaZulu, Association of Community Advice Offices in South Africa. So you will change. You will note that there has been change of names and perhaps the structuring of the organization itself to adapt to new challenges. So where we are now called Community Advice Offices in South Africa. Yes. So what basically we are doing, we are in a way making justice accessible to those who cannot afford, because as you might know that justice in this country is not for free. We see that on daily basis, that sometimes if you don't have the money to take your case forward, you may not be able to do it.
No, thank you for that. I think you're highlighting the issue of justice. I'm really, enticed to ask this question because it was posed to the minister about an hour ago, as he gave testimony here, and I think it's relevant, perhaps, for me to ask it now because you raised the issue of access to justice. What is, from your perspective, of course, representing CAOSA, and you speak for the 200 advice officers. What is your understanding of access to justice?
Yeah. Access to justice means a situation where people can take their grievances to, and where those grievances can be attended to in terms of the law.
Okay. Now, perhaps linked to that, as you have these 200 advice officers, as you mentioned, what sort of advice services do you specifically provide? What's the range of the types of matters that come before your advice officers?
Yes. I think an advice office deals with matters where there are disputes. It can be disputes in the family, it can be disputes at work, it can be disputes in communities themselves. And so our approach is different, perhaps from that. From the one used by the formal justice system. We are in an informal setting where part of our dispute resolution mechanisms involves mediation and bringing together those in dispute for mediation but you know the focus also is not only on the dispute, but we also look beyond the dispute. Will there be some kind of restorative, kind of end to the dispute? So we think the space that we are in, it's our space as paralegals, because no one else is interested in doing that.
All right. Now, thank you very much for that. I think it's quite informative in as far as the context that you're in. Perhaps linked to what you've just said now. Because of course we are living in a constitutional democracy, and as you know as well, we do have constitutional supremacy in as far as our Constitution of the Republic of South Africa of 1996. Now, being in the so-called informal settlement, and I'm glad to hear that you also do a lot of ADRs where you mediate, etc. But what are some of your challenges, especially if you are in the informal setting, but at the same time you've got these laws, and I know that in some of your advice offices, they are also in your rural settings as well, where perhaps there are different challenges to your urban, etc. Could you just highlight perhaps some of those challenges that you perhaps encounter as you are, doing your work in settling, resolving some of those disputes that you mentioned?
Well, one of the challenges, and that is something that we have been discussing with the Department of Justice from as early as 1994, is that of the recognition of the sector itself, one, and two, the regulation of the sector, because any formation that is not regulated in terms of the law can become a springboard for something else that is not, that is not helpful to the people. So, as much as we have done a lot in our work, but there is this issue of recognition. There is this issue that says, who are you? And so on and so on.
I think I missed the very first part of your answer. Were you making reference to discussions that you are having with universities? Is that what you said?
No. We have been having discussions with the Department of Justice itself. I mean, those the discussion started as early as I think just after 1994. I can't remember well now. But when the whole reforming of the justice was started to reform, there was the idea of paralegal was paralegal and community advice offices have been part of the discussions. You will see that in the discussions in 2003, the legal practice bill then included paralegals, and then along the way they were removed, and again up until around 2012 when the issue of paralegals was taken back into the legal practice bill, which then later became an act. Well, that act then created a space in section 34 of the act that the incoming legal practice council should finalize the appropriate space for paralegals in the justice system.
All right, and my understanding is that that is still ongoing and that issue is still to be addressed, correct?
It is ongoing, interestingly so, and we have the number of ministers who have been very eager to so we are moving to.
Okay, no, thank you very much. That is noted. I guess it's one of the challenges that you have, not only just in terms of the work that you're doing, but also in terms of that aspect of your recognition. Now, thanks for those introductory submissions to the questions posed to you, especially in terms of just giving us an idea as to who KwaZulu is and where do you come from and so on. Now, perhaps let's just zoom into, because your submission is quite clear on the type of work that you did with regards to the July unrest. Perhaps if you could just maybe, if we could just focus there for a few minutes. What exactly has been your role, perhaps prior, leading up to the July unrest and post, or perhaps during and post the July unrest? Could you just perhaps enlighten us on your role and what you were able to do, especially given that you are on the ground and you are providing this great service to various communities?
Oh, thank you very much. I think the July unrest caught everyone by surprise. Although we heard that there might be protest, and especially around the issue of the former president, Mr. Zuma, we were not expecting that it will go this much and in this massive fashion. And so, yes, and we woke up in the middle of that. And so what we could do was to do what we normally do, to try and mobilize communities to abstain from what had already started in KZN and in the Gauteng area. But as you said, we are on the ground, and we talk to people all the time, and people were coming to us to say, where is this taking us to? And although we did not have all the answers, but ours was to say to people, stay calm, and yeah.
And perhaps maybe a perspective, and I think this could just enlighten the panel and the commission. What were some of the queries or questions or information that was actually coming from ordinary people as they were approaching you? Whether it was concerns, could you just maybe just enlighten us briefly the sort of things that were coming to you, from communities, especially when the sort of unrest was unfolding?
Yeah, a lot of fear, a lot of anxiety. Well, yes, and the country was filled with fear. I must just put it that way.
Okay. And maybe lastly on that point, was there anything unique or different in your responses before we get into the submission and the focus on the July unrest? But was there anything unique if you were to compare the type of service, the type of responses that you would have to your ordinary type of complaints, etc.? Was there anything unique at that time, perhaps that could give us a different perspective from what we've heard?
Well, some of what we were doing, especially once the COVID-19 relief fund was announced, remember that many people do not have these gadgets, and so they would rather come to an office where we were assisting them to log into the system and be able to claim their grants.
Okay. And I'm quite certain that you are able to sort of deliver on that, because you as you say, people didn't have access to IT, internet, and the like. All right. Now,
yes,
in respect of the unrest and perhaps your submission, was quite pointed to KZN, and it also provided information to us about what you actually did using social media or WhatsApp to sort of communicate with the different officers on the ground, etc. And of course, you also sent certain questions in perhaps collecting that data that you are seeking. Could you just take us through, perhaps just for understanding that type of method that you used, and also perhaps a little bit about the type of information that you were seeking?
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, well, simple questions that everybody was talking about. What is happening in your area? Are there any damages that have been caused? Who has died? Who has been injured in your area? Do you know of any people who have been or property that has been destroyed, and so on and so on? But we focused on the four main questions. Are people losing jobs as a result of what is happening? And the response, of course, was very clear, but I also want to say that although it was in KZN and Gauteng, but I want to say that in one way or another, even those who were not in the two provinces were affected by the unrest.
Right, that's quite interesting. So you are saying, if I understand you well, that although the focus of the questionnaire, and I believe that this questionnaire was sent to your paralegals and at the advice officers, is that correct?
You are correct, yes.
Yes. You are raising an important point to say that it did sort of unfold to you that those that were affected were actually beyond KZN and Gauteng. Perhaps I'd just like to park that and come back to it a little bit later, if you don't mind. Maybe the follow-up question then would be, what informed those types of questions? I know you said they were quite basic questions, you know, and we'll get into those 4 questions in a second. But what really informed? Was it the climate of the time? Was it the issues that you were picking up? Maybe just enlighten us a little bit on that, please.
Well, those are the questions that were coming from the community themselves. As I mentioned earlier, that when people are in a state of panic, they ask many questions, but the 4 questions were the main questions for the time, because nobody knew exactly what was happening and why what was happening was happening.
And maybe just to check quickly, were those questions, as you said earlier, that you also did learn that there were other areas beyond KZN and GP or Gauteng that were affected? Were some of those questions also sent to persons in other provinces?
As far as I know, yes, they were sent to other provinces as well.
Okay. Like I said, I'll come back to the other issue of the other provinces. Maybe if we were to just get maybe straight into the questions then. Maybe Chair and the panel, I believe you do have access to the submission, and it does profile and just give some feedback on what was actually sort of what were some of the responses that came with regards to each of those questions. And perhaps I'll try my best without getting into unless you feel that there's certain things that you wish to highlight, because we have your submission. But maybe looking at question 1, you specifically asked about was there anything that was, like in your area, are you noting any racial tensions? And perhaps my first question there would be, in respect of that question, what did you as KAOSA, when you made that decision to put that question through, what was your understanding of the meaning of racial tensions? I know you said that these questions were also based on what was coming from the ground, as what people were, there were anxieties, there were fears, etc., as you said. But what was your understanding of the so-called racial tension that you posed?
Thank you very much. I think the question is also linked to the situation in this country, that when there is violence or rioting, it is always then associated with other people of other countries. I talk about xenophobia. When there are unrest in this country, other people, other nations, or even people from inside the country somehow suffers the consequences of that violence. So when there is an unrest, then you will see people going to shops and shops of foreign nationals and so on and so on. So part of the framing of that was that now, because there's an unrest in KZN, what about the racial, how the racial tensions were coming up in those areas.
Okay, and was perhaps from your perspective and having this long history as well, was there or has there been any link to the framing of that question to some of the historical issues related to racial tensions, specifically in KZN and Gauteng?
Exactly so, because historically it has always been like that in our country, that when there are tensions, people will group themselves, around their localities and yeah.
Okay, could you then just summarize what because I find it fascinating that you actually used the method that you used and you got feedback, and linked to that is that the questions were also coming from what was being raised by people on the ground. So it's really concerns of persons, and you are transmitting that to get feedback from the wider areas within KZN and Gauteng. And I find it to be quite fascinating from the method that you use. Now, how could you summarize or sum up or what highlights would you like to illuminate to us with regards to what came back specifically on that issue or that question of racial tensions?
Yes, I think, well, the feedback was as I said earlier, that these are historic issues. The feedback came back to say what we were expecting to hear from the people, that this time around it's the Indians against black people and other nationalities. Not much. We didn't hear much about them. In KZN in particular, it came very clear that there were now heightened tensions between the Indians and other people of other color, especially black people.
All right, and those heightened tensions, I think perhaps we need to qualify it even further, because I think in your submission you do say that it was specific areas and not just KZN wide or GP or Gauteng wide. Am I correct to say that?
Yes, but even where, as I said, that even where the tension had not started, but there were brewing hostilities, in that if the unrest was prolonged, then we were going to see that going widespread.
Okay, and then I think for KZN you particularly mentioned 5 areas where those submissions came from. I think you mentioned Amaoti Advice Office and Resource Center. That's the first one. Second one, Amaota Community Advice Office. And then the third one was KwaMakhuta Community Resource Center. Fourthly, it was Ixopo Community Advice Center. And lastly, the fifth one was Red Flay Advice and Resource Center. Those were the ones that you highlighted in as far as the submissions were concerned. But then you mentioned a second ago that there were other areas where there was feedback about the heightened tensions and concerns about the so-called racial tensions. Could you just perhaps give us some anecdotal information with regards to where perhaps were some of those areas beyond the submissions that you received?
Are you referring to KZN specifically?
Yes, it could be KZN and Gauteng as well. if you have that information with you, I think it will be important for us to just know, because you said that there were other areas beyond the ones I mentioned where there were issues that were being raised and concerns being raised about your so-called racial tension. If you have that information, could you share it with us as to those, which areas were those?
Well, so far, it's what I have now is KZN, but then coming up to Joburg, again, those kind of tensions where you could see them sporadically. I live in a township called Mabupane, and not far from where I work, there's a big mall there. And there were discussions within the community. And there were also discussions about these malls, that these malls are here, they are owned by people who are not staying in Mabupane. And so the plans were being hatched to say, how do we also join in what is happening in KZN and Gauteng. So I'm saying if the unrest did not stop at the time when it stopped, this could have been something that is happening throughout the country.
Okay, and maybe just to be clear, Mapopane, where exactly is that?
Yes, Mabupane is it's in the north of Pretoria, Oshanguve and so on.
All right. So just to understand you well, so is it correct for me to, or is it your submission to us that beyond the 5 areas in KZN, the issue around racial tensions was coming through from other areas in KZN and other areas in Gauteng as well, as concerns in terms of what was going on? But that information was not, or maybe if I could ask the question, was that information that was heard, or was it submissions through the method that you used as CAOSA? Just so that we are clear as to how that information came to you. You gave an example of your own experience in the area that you live in, but I'm interested to know how, beyond the 5 areas in KZN that you provided in your submission, how that other information came to you. Just so that we are clearer, did it come through the very same submissions that came to you via the WhatsApp method that you used through your advice officers? Or was it just information going around as in, this is what people are hearing, and this information was just brewing and so on?
Yeah, well, this information was coming in the form of WhatsApps. It was coming in through the discussions everywhere in the streets, in the taxi, wherever people were discussing, these issues were coming up very strongly. But of course, not all the information. I was just saying, we did not rely on any other information except where our paralegals on the ground has been there physically and were able to give us that information.
Okay, and that information also made its way to your survey, is that correct? The survey that you conducted?
Yes, correct.
All right. Do you want to just highlight, I'm sorry if I'm repeating this question again, perhaps I didn't really get a clear answer. I think because you make this point in your submission, where you say, I think it's on page 2, where you highlight under the subheading racial tensions, you mentioned some areas there of Inanda, Amawoti, KwaMashu, Zwelitsha, those areas around sort of the acutely affected areas around Phoenix. You also make mention of what specifically happened. I'm just interested to know, in that short submission of the racial tensions, was that the summation of what came through, or was there any, or is there any other additional information that you wish to share with the Commission with regards to racial tensions?
Well, I don't know if I follow your question very well, but this was a SNAP survey that, looked at those areas where we can confirm that this is what has happened here through witnesses, through the victims who were directly infected. And so I think for the purpose of this SNAP survey,
Sorry, I think you're
Yeah.
muted. Yes.
yeah, I was saying for the purpose of this survey, it was intended to give us a feeling of what's happening on the ground.
Okay. No, that's noted. It certainly gave you a feeling. Now, what was that feeling from your side? I mean, I know we've heard testimony here, and if you have been following as well, we got some of the victims from the eThekwini area at large, but also particularly around Zwelitsha, Inanda, KwaMashu, and other areas, even including Pietermaritzburg, in the Northdale and Khan Road informal settlement. What was your, perhaps, I'm just interested, you received this information, it's highlighting what the temperature on the ground was. It's coming from victims. We heard a lot of that testimony ourselves. But I'm just interested from your side as Kaosa, what did you make of this? What did it signal to you? What did you make of it?
I think it was scary because it seemed like not much was being done, and so it was creating a lot of anxiety to say what now, where we are, what is going to happen next.
And perhaps lastly on that one, I mean, we also heard a wide range of testimony and written submissions about racial profiling in some of the suburbs within KZN. You received some of that information as well. You even highlight in your submission that in Amanzimtoti, Etoti, some African members were required to provide proof of residence to access their areas or suburbs in that particular area. And some of these people, or of the African community members, were also residing in Umhlanga. So you got some sort of anecdotal information about that issue, which was also highlighted to the Commission, as I said, through written submissions as well, about racial profiling. Is there any further comment that you have with regards to Kaosa's perspective on what happened during that time, specifically with regards to the racial profiling of persons entering suburbs?
Well, Commissioner, the issue of racial tensions in this country has been there forever. I grew up in it, and it's still here today. The fact that it is not often spoken about, does not mean that it does not exist. It does exist, and yeah, it's there. So the July unrest just reignited it so that you now see it in action.
Now, having the temperature on the ground, or access to persons on the ground, and you often get those perspectives of what people feel, what their concerns are. I'm particularly interested about what you just said now, and maybe to take it a little bit further to say, what do you think, as KhaOSA, what do you think, if you had to give advice to the Commission? I mean, this hearing is being streamed live. As you heard earlier, we had the Minister of Justice. A similar issue was raised with him as well regarding what the department is doing. I think your voice is very important because you are on the ground and you interact with persons, with ordinary people who come to you with a range of issues. Perhaps they even have solutions. But I'm just interested from your perspective as KhaOSA. You say this has been around for a very long time. What do you think needs to be done to really nip this issue in the bud and to deal with it? I may be asking you for, I may be putting you on the spot, but I'm really interested to know, what do you think is the solution to this challenge? That is it's really been compounding. It's been going on for so long, but we need to find a way to address this. Now, you being on the ground, perhaps you've got a perspective that we may not have considered. It may be a blind spot for us and for others, especially those in government and the like. But we play a particular role as the Commission. So what would you say we need to focus on, or what needs to be, or what could be the solution?
Thank you very much. I think our failure as a people is that we sometimes refuse to open a discussion around these issues, and hope that if we don't talk about them, they will fade away. So our perspective as KhaOSA is that these issues must be discussed. But the other issue here is the issue of inequality itself, which seems to drive people in different ways and different ways of seeing people, different ways of understanding the issue. So I think we need, as a country, we need to have a discussion on this matter, on these issues, and not just go through and sort of sugarcoat them and as if they don't exist. They do exist.
Perhaps lastly on this one, and I'm really sorry for raising it. I really apologize if I'm pondering on those points, because I think it's an important one. We've heard about the issue of inequality, how it's deepening, and so on. But you raised the issue of discussions. For someone that's listening that may be saying, but we've been talking since 1994, if we were just to focus on democratic South Africa, and that someone is perhaps saying, have we not been talking enough? Do we not need more, sort of concomitant action? I don't know what that action is. I'm sorry, but I'm just trying to stretch that, because I know that you are quite greatly experienced in this area of looking at these issues, especially from from what's happening on the ground. What would you say to that person that's saying, well, I hear you, and yes, we've been talking, but have we not been talking for too long? Is there perhaps not something else that can be done in addition to talking, or maybe a different approach to the talking? I don't know. I'm just, like I said, I apologize for stretching it further, but that just popped in my mind, and I couldn't resist saying it and perhaps putting it to you. What would you say to that?
Well, any discussion, Commissioner, is intended to arrive at a certain outcome. And so as long as we don't have an outcome on a discussion, then that discussion has not been concluded. Therefore, the fact that we have been talking for quite some time, which I agree to you, is not exhausted until we find a solution.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And perhaps it is a challenge for everyone, I guess. And perhaps that's one of the things that this commission, or this hearing in particular, has to grapple with. But thanks for that input. I know that you also covered, in the questions that you had, you also covered those that dealt with issues around damage to property. And we have heard in this commission as well, particularly in KZN and Gauteng, the different infrastructure, malls and other infrastructure that was damaged. Is there any comment that you wish to prefer to the commission with regards to damage to property, especially in other areas such as Mzimkhulu that you highlighted, and perhaps outside of eThekwini, outside of Durban, outside of Joburg Central and the like? Is there any perspective that you'd like to just share with regards to what came to you?
Well, damage to property, again, Commissioner, is something that comes a long way. Damaging property was used as a weapon against apartheid. And when it happened in July last year, the questions that were being asked is whether is apartheid gone, and why are the people still using the same tools that they used against a brutal state? So damage to property in South Africa has been a way where people try to voice their frustrations to the state. And the July 21 is not the first. We have seen government buildings being destroyed in this unrest, and to a point that it is somehow a normal way of doing things, and it is worrying, because our efforts to struggle for a better South Africa was, for us, part of our dreams were that in the new South Africa, we will not have people damaging property. In the new South Africa, we will not have tear gases. We will not see people being shot. Our dream for a new South Africa, I think, was different from what we see as a result of some of these activities on the ground.
Okay, you also had interesting questions relating to job losses and loss of life, persons getting injured, and we also received quite a number of submissions and oral testimony to that effect. Now, where I'm trying to group these other questions perhaps to one question, to say, and linking it to what you've just said with regards to damage to property, because we know the implications. as you say here as well, if a mall is torched, the consequence is that people are going to lose jobs. And it's people also from, that, who are employed, who live in that particular area or close by. And the impact is felt. What did you, is there any further information or perhaps a perspective that you received with regards to those consequences? Yes, property was damaged. We know exactly what that meant in as far as, the loss to the economy, etc. It's been said at length. But I'm interested to know from a job loss perspective or loss of life or injury to persons, did you receive any specific information with regards to those impacts and those consequences that people felt?
Thank you, Commissioner. With regard to job losses, yes, it was waiting to happen, given what was happening on the ground. But job losses also came with other challenges. For instance, during that time, we saw a number of divorces going up. We saw the domestic violence in families going up. So job losses were also linked to a range of other problems in the families itself and in the community.
Yes, you may proceed. I thought you were still wanting to say more.
No, it's fine for now, Commissioner.
Maybe lastly on that one, when you say that divorces were going up and the rate of divorces went up, domestic violence went up as well, because you do get those matters coming to you. So am I correct to understand that it was your view based on what was being reported to your advice officers from community members? Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And then in terms of loss of life, you did make in your submission, you made reference to a hardware at Umzimkhulu, where it is alleged that over 10 people had died there. And of course, you also make mention of other areas where, and I will not go into the Inanda and other areas because we've dealt with that at length. But in as far as the Umzimkhulu one, is there any further information that you may have? Because that one appears to be something that we haven't heard before in the commission, as far as I can recall, with regards to more than 10 people dying. Is that information, do you have any further information to share with us? Do you know of any cases that were opened? Do you know of any further information with regards to that figure of 10 people dying at Umzimkhulu?
Well, maybe I may not have the information now, but I think we will be willing, if the Commission so wishes, that we could send more information on that, because remember this survey was done, I think, around November last year. So yes, there might be additional information to that, and better just to find out what has happened so far. I may not have that information now.
All right. No, thank you very much. That will be most helpful, because some of the work that the investigation, the legal team has been doing as well, is to try and piece these things together, and there's a big gap there. So I think it will be most helpful if you could share with us the information that you may have, because I think it adds to what we've uncovered in other areas in as far as loss of life. So that will be most helpful if you could share that with us. Perhaps as we move on, and I'm almost done on my side, maybe the last question that I have there with regards to loss of life, or perhaps maybe just to go back to the job losses, sorry. And maybe if you don't have this information now, it would be interesting for us to also get, because you dealt with this question, as to the information that you got with regards to the impact of the unrest, and you focused on the issue of the number of jobs lost. Do you have maybe a breakdown of the sectors? You know, were some of those that lost jobs, did they go back? Because I mean, you linked it also to the issue of property being lost. I know some of the centers, malls have been rebuilt. Do you have that kind of detailed information in as far as numbers or statistics with regards to, from advice office, I'm using this as an example, advice office A, X number of people reported to have lost their jobs versus X number that have returned, etc. Do you have that sort of statistical breakdown that could just help?
I do not have them, but maybe as a function of Mzimkhulu, we I think the of Akawa's listening presentation, we might have to look at and say what information do we have, and then perhaps present it to the commission. I think it is an information also that is relevant to us as advice officers. But maybe on job losses also, what we saw from advice offices was a huge number of people coming for their grievances, because some of the people were just laid off, and the issues of the UIF, others did not receive their salaries. And so as advice officers, we stepped in that regard. I know that in Orange Farm, for instance, one retail store was taken to the CCMA, where people were told to go and sit at home, and without any salary, because the employer was saying, no, you can see the shop is down, so where do I get money? And all of those kinds of stories were coming through to the advice officers. The issues of the UIF, Okay, but maybe the question you asked earlier, to say which industry was hardest hit. Of course, the retail industry was the hardest hit. Yes.
All right. No, thank you very much for that. I think if you could provide that further breakdown, especially in terms of what sort of cases that you dealt with and the stats per area, would be most helpful, because we are also trying to piece together sort of the consequences, and it may be nice for us to also get that breakdown from yourselves, as that information will be most useful. I think I'm going to stop right there and maybe just hand over to my colleague to my left to take some of the remaining questions, and then I think when he's done, then we'll hand over to the panel. But thank you very much for the insight that you've given, specifically on those issues that were related to the survey And as I said, we would be most grateful for us to receive that information from you that you have on the issues that we've dealt with. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. In your written submission, you lament the president's response to the unrest in his speech of 12 July 2021. What did you make, or what do you make of the statement that was made by the president in response to the unrest?
Well, the general feeling here is that the statements by the president was sort of divisive when you talk about tribalism and not focus on the issue at hand. I think that is the what the statement seeks to clarify.
Would you say the president's response fueled incidents of violence and looting during the unrest?
Can you repeat your question?
Would you say the statements attributed to the president fueled further violence and looting during the unrest?
I will not say so, because I think the statement between the 12th. By the way, when did the unrest start? July. I can't remember the dates now. But the general feeling was that the statement is not building peace. It was rather, it could fuel tensions.
Has KwaZulu engaged any government departments in order to discuss the information that you gathered that can be used to form policy and legislation or to immediately assist complainants?
Again, are you referring to the unrest itself or generally?
I'm referring to the information you gleaned from your own investigations and assessment of the situation on the ground. Have you engaged government to discuss this information that you've gathered with the hope that maybe this information would help influence policy and legislation to,
Yeah, maybe to answer that question broadly is that the community advice offices has from time to time, in discussions with the government, proposed certain, ways of dealing with community issues. So that discussions are on. Remember the KwaZulu as the National Association of Community Advice Offices is lobbying government for the recognition of advice offices. That in itself is a change of policy, is the change that makes access to justice. It is a change that seeks to make access to justice accessible to the marginalized. With the events unfolding, KwaZulu will continue to do so to government as a partner.
Thank you. Does CAUSA have any information on what caused the unrest?
Well, unless what we had coming, what we had, and I know that in your books, had may not work for you, but even before the unrest started, there were many noises. There were noises about the shutdown of the country in totality. And at that time, we didn't know what the shutdown will look like and whether the unrest in June 21 is also related to that statement. But I will be afraid to say we knew. Yes.
Thank you. My last two questions. There were suggestions that the unrest could have been caused by socioeconomic factors and of course intelligence failures. And earlier this week we conducted a site inspection in Alex, and these hearings are being held in Sandton. On the one hand, you have people who live in abject poverty and who coexist with people across the road with striking affluence, which retains some strong racial dimensions. From a policy point of view, what do you think can be done to deal with inequalities in the country and to dismantle the structural inequality in the country?
Thank you very much. Very difficult question, but I think you mentioned socioeconomic issues as the cause for the unrest. But I think, and you know, from what we hear is that there was a trigger to the unrest itself. And that then led to those who are disadvantaged to take advantage of the situation. But it's not the people who woke up the other day and said, because we are hungry, because we don't have food, we are going to. There was a trigger before.
Yeah. No, thank you. Lastly, does CAUSA have any recommendations on what needs to be done in order to avoid a further unrest or a possible unrest in the future?
We may not have a, you see, the solution, Commissioner, should come from the people. And I think that platform is not happening. Because here we have a situation where when some of the policies are made, for instance, only few people will know that there is this thing in the pipeline. And so the consultative process is also maybe needs to change, because earlier in the early years of the democratic South Africa, there was a lot of excitement and so things were happening as they were happening. But as we move into this democratic dispensation, the issue of consultation becomes so important, including how does the communities themselves feel about the policing, about the policies of the country. So that will need an inclusive discussion that includes those who are affected.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jones. I am going to give Commissioner Nissen the first opportunity on this occasion, and then Commissioner Ntuli from the panel side. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good day, sir. Thank you for your input. On the second page, you also say that you've received videos, voice notes, and photographs of your on-the-ground paralegals. Would you mind sharing that with us, sending it to us?
We will certainly do so.
I fully understand advice officers. I myself was in 1982 part of forming advice office in the Eastern and Western Cape. And I know the role of the advice officers because at that time, I'm sure you will agree with me that advice officers was the lifeline of the community because there was no outside the church and the religious organizations. There were very few organizations that really spoke on behalf of the advice officers. Anything from a work-related to housing-related to health-related to legal issues, the police virtually covered everything that people were confronted at that time under very difficult circumstances. There weren't rights, so the rights were very limited. However, post-94, it does appear that the funds have dried up for advice officers and that all those, even the external funding, we're saying we're putting it now through the government, particularly when the Reconstruction and Development Program was there. So what do you think should happen in order for us to bring back that advice office like yours that can continue to help people? Because if we take the South African Human Rights Commission, we have offices in 9 provinces, and most of those offices are located within the cities and in the rural areas and other areas that even where you are now at Mapopani, you know, that people do not sometimes have money to come to the city or to the towns. Do you think there's still a role for you as advice officers, and what will it take to make you much more effective in terms of funding, in terms of support by institutions like the South African Human Rights Commission, but in particular, you said the Department of Justice in terms of recognizing the role of paralegals in the communities where people find themselves under very difficult circumstances. What are your views, sir?
Well, I will start with the role of community advice offices, whether they are still relevant where we are today, and I think the writers of the Constitution were you know have a foresight of what was the situation going to be in the new South Africa, and made a provision in the Constitution that says people have the right for their matters to be heard in court or other tribunals. So the Constitution at that time already was making a space for other role players in the justice space. But quite interestingly, as I said earlier, that discussion has been on and off the table since around 2003 about the role of paralegals. And it is still on now. And I must say that it has been progressing. Well, not at the pace that we would like to see it progressing, but at least something is being done to address the issue of paralegals. And then with regard to funding, it has been our call to government that a large part of the work that is being done by paralegals, it is the work of the Department of Justice. We come there to complement what the Justice the Department is doing, and therefore we would like the state itself to fund the operations of the advice officers. We appreciate what the foreign donors have been doing, although most of them left for various reasons. But it is our hope that the government of South Africa will take this up and really make it their baby, because we are just there to make the state look good.
Thank you, sir. So you would argue that that you should be alongside legal aid that does receive money from the state in order to defend accused and detainees. So you will feel that you will be treated along the same line as Legal Aid South Africa, because they do receive some of the money they receive the money from the state to run these legal clinics, and you feel that you should be in the same position as them?
Oh yes, I think, and we have Legal Aid South Africa, as we have mentioned it now, is more concentrating on criminal issues. Well, they do a little bit of civil matters, and that is something painful that citizens, law-abiding citizens in this country, do not get help when they need it. So it's like saying for you to get justice, and you must go to jail first, because if you are arrested, you are fed with this protection from the law. You will immediately get an attorney, and so on and so on. But law-abiding citizens don't get that assistance. And I'm saying it is a painful experience. And we hope that the state will do something about it.
One last question, Ntate. Ntate, unrest and dissatisfaction in the community sometimes come because people feel they're not listened to. The council is not listening to them. They go to the municipal office, nobody wants to listen to them, they stand in long queues. They sit at hospitals in long queues, home affairs at long queues, and they become frustrated, and it seems that nobody listens to them. But my understanding of advice officers is that you listen to them because you take up the causes. And therefore, you will in future also, as you now in future, will play a role in order for us to avoid people acting their frustrations into the street, but rather coming to you so that you can take up their causes. Am I correct in saying that?
You are correct. And maybe let me just explain, briefly to you that when people go to court, it's two things. It's either they will go out of the court or they will remain in the court. And the approach of the court, of course, is a process, it's a legal process. That does not allow, for instance, third parties to the matter. That does not allow a discussion of some sort in the matter. Whereas community advice offices do listen to what people are saying and act on the information that people have given them.
Ntate, dankie. Thank you, Kelly Ntate. Just to say that you've played a vital role, your KwaZulu-Natal played a vital role during COVID lockdown level 5 and 4 and 3 because you were there for the South African Human Rights Commission. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Commissioner Nissen. Commissioner Ntuli.
Baba Mngoni ninjani?
Siyaphila kunjani?
Siphilile. Baba Mngoni, I just have one question for you. You spoke in a very sobering way about the symbolism of the damaging of property as a way in which those who were disgruntled by the apartheid state would communicate such disgruntlement through damaging state property. And then comparing that culture to what we saw in July and in other instances where those who are disgruntled by a lack of service delivery then tend to damage state property. I would perhaps want to hear your own observation. There are sectors of our society who, having looked at the ways in which property was damaged in July, have concluded that there is something rather peculiar about it, which is different to other service delivery protests. I will give you the example of post offices that were damaged. We heard from the Minister of Social Development, for example, that about 43 post offices were damaged. We had the opportunity to see some of these damaged post offices, and we noticed that this is an unprecedented way in which people would damage public property. Even in townships where there's a challenge of the youth and drug addiction, we have never seen the extent to which property has been damaged. What is your observation and analysis of the ways in which public property was damaged in July compared to other times in the post-1994 era? And especially in relation to your earlier sobering analysis that this had been a culture which had been used during the apartheid era to communicate a sense of unrest to the government of the day. Thank you, Baba Mngoni.
Thanks, ma'am. Maybe you see the methods or the tools that people are still using now in the new order. I'm trying to phrase it. I'm saying that people are still using the same tools that they used in the past to resolve their problems. But for instance, maybe away from the unrest in June 21, is that, and let me take a practical example, that the people in my area are going to march and they are given a date 14 days before. And the issue is about water or electricity. Now the question is, what happens during the 14 days? Can't the councillor or any other person in authority, can't they come down? And so the issue of protesting has just become part of of doing things, and people protest and come back from their protesting, and the same challenges that they face continues. So one of the commissioners spoke about people not being listened. Now, there is nothing as painful as when you speak to the authorities and none of them listens. Sometimes when you raise your issues, when communities raise their issues, then officials then want to teach them, wants to lecture them how things are done, how the state works. I don't think that is enough. People want water, people want electricity.
Okay, thanks, Babu Mngoni. Chair.
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, first of all, thank you very much for your, as Commissioner Ntuli put it, you know, the sober way in which you have given evidence, very credibly so, when asked pertinent questions. I think just to pick up on Commissioner Ntuli's question, yeah, the way I understood it is that she wanted to do to know, in terms of how property was damaged this time around, is there a difference between that and you know, our property is usually damaged when there is unrest, or no, not unrest, but big protest action, whatever the case may be. So maybe, you know, was it done more professionally? Was it done in a different way, with the ATMs being plugged out of the walls and stuff like that? That is more how I also understood that question. So maybe if you just want to address that.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for clarifying that, Commissioner. I think from our own observations, this was a well-coordinated plan, but we, you know, the way it was in a systematic way that it was done, I think it was not just a normal unrest, because it was like a moving target from one place to another. And yeah, I think even sophisticated tools were used to blow out the ATMs. Ordinary citizens in Inanda do not have those equipments. Yeah.
Commissioner Nissen says we did not have ATMs in 76. So I thought that's quite a remark I must share with everyone, which is of course true. Yes, then the other thing that I really want to say is, yeah, you brought a very interesting perspective, I think, to us in terms of what community advice officers do in relation to the matter of access to justice, and maybe that can even lead to certain recommendations from our side, in the sense that if you read section 34, it says everyone has a right to have any dispute that can be resolved by the application of law decided in a fair public hearing before a court, or where appropriate, another independent and impartial tribunal or forum. So from that perspective, you then represent that alternative kind of forum. And you've made the very important point that Legal Aid SA, although also dealing with civil issues in principle, you know, they mostly deal with criminal matters. And that the access to justice that you provide differs from the court process in the sense that it also takes the form of, you know, having meetings, getting in third parties, etc. So in a sense, it's an alternative dispute resolution process from that perspective, and maybe, you know, one should actually also make a recommendation even that there should be a more pertinent role being played by these officers, which should be, you know, funded in the same way that legal aid is funded. But thank you very much for those points. I did, from my side as well, really appreciated those as making a lot of sense. So I just wanted to make that comment. It's actually not a question. But thank you very much for your evidence. We really appreciate that you availed yourself to appear in this hearing before the panel. And all the best with the important work that you are doing. We really appreciate it. I think South Africans appreciate it, and thank you also for the work that you've done during the unrest in terms of, you know, calming people down, but at the same time listening to them and hearing what the issues were that they were identifying. Thank you. That brings maybe a final remark from your side, and then you know, we'll bring the proceedings for the day to an end. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I was worried when I saw the program for the day that actually the minister was allocated less time than me, and I wanted to know why would we give a minister 3 hours and myself 4 hours. But it seems that perhaps we are expecting more from the communities. But thank you for recognizing us. And I think we have already made a commitment as KAWOSA to continuously work with the commission. But we would also want to see the commission coming down to the communities in a way so that the commission does not only rely on hearsay. I think it is important for the commission, but I know that move has already started. But one of the commissioners here, I saw him all over the country, Alexander. And I think that is the commission we want. But I think our view is that it must be further strengthened and have, you know, practical connections with the community. But thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much for those words that we take to heart. The proceedings will now come to an end for the day, and you are excused. Thank you so much again. Thank you. In terms of the evidence tomorrow, I don't know, Advocate Lotz, whether you or Mr. Jones wants to give us an indication as far as that is concerned.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair and the panel. I can confirm that tomorrow we shall have the evidence, or we shall hear the evidence of media monitoring at 9 a.m. And that is the only evidence to be heard for the day. And perhaps once we're done with that logistical issue, there is a submission that we'd like to hand over to the panel as well before we close off today.
Okay, you can please go ahead to do so.
Chairperson, just for the record purposes, we do have 2 volumes, which is an extensive submission that comes from Governor Sami Nzingi and Governor attorneys who are, of course, representing a wide number of complainants or individuals who have submitted a joint affidavit. I won't go through the list of names, but it's a submission that is coming from KZN, specifically relating to the July unrest, and of course it covers a wide range of individuals, institutions who have jointly made the submission, and of course the submission has quite a number of annexures and the like. So it's in 2 volumes, and we'd just like to hand this over to you, to the panel. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Should we mark that exhibit? I don't know where we are by now, D or something. Okay, fine. So you will check which exhibit we are now at and just remind us that we do mark it and as we've accepted it now. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Is that all for the day?
Yes, Chair, and the panel, that's all for today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for everyone being here today again. We are adjourned.